Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first thing was the smell. It was a metallic tang, coppery and sharp, layered over something else, something chemical and faintly burnt, like an electrical fire after the smoke has cleared. It was the scent of a violation, a ghost of violence hanging in the sterile air. Caleb opened his eyes to a white ceiling, its acoustic tiles a grid of perfect, meaningless squares. The smell was in his nose, in his throat, a taste of pennies and ozone. He tried to place it, to connect it to a memory, but there was nothing. Just a blank wall where yesterday should have been. A woman in a white coat stood by the window, her silhouette cut against the bleached morning light. She turned. She was young, with dark hair pulled into a severe knot that did nothing to soften the acute intelligence in her eyes. Her name tag read Dr. Vance. "You're awake," she said. Her voice was low, calm, a measured counterpoint to the frantic, silent static in his head. "Do you know where you are?" He tried to speak, but his throat was a dry riverbed. He coughed, and the motion sent a dull ache radiating through his skull. "Hospital," he managed. "Do you know your name?" Caleb Locke. The words felt foreign, a label on an empty box. He was a professor, symbology, Georgetown University. He knew these facts the way he knew the capital of France as detached academic data. But the man who held that position, the man with his face, was a stranger. "What is the last thing you remember?" Dr. Vance asked. She moved closer, her movements economical, precise. She did not touch him. "A lecture." He closed his eyes, straining. The Divine Comedy. The Selva Oscura, the dark wood. The students were restless. It was a Tuesday. He remembered the chalk dust on his fingers, the smell of old books, then nothing, a void. "That was 4 days ago," she said. "You were found in your office. There was an incident." "The smell," he said it aloud this time. "I smell metal, something burnt." Dr. Vance's expression did not change, but something shifted in her gaze, a shutter closing. "That is unlikely. This room was thoroughly cleaned. It's probably a side effect of the medication or the head trauma." She was lying. He knew it with a certainty that bypassed memory and rooted itself in instinct. The smell was real. It was the key, and she was trying to turn it in the lock to keep the door shut. Over the next few hours, men in dark, impeccably tailored suits visited him. They showed him badges that flashed too quickly to read, their smiles as polished and cold as surgical steel. They asked him about his work, his contacts, his recent travels. They mentioned a name, Hector Silvestri, a visionary scientist, a colleague from years back, a man whose radical theories on population ethics had pushed him to the fringes of academia and into obscurity. Caleb remembered a brilliant, feverish mind, eyes that burned with a frightening conviction. The men asked if Silvestri had contacted him. Caleb said no, and it was the truth, or at least the truth as far as his shattered memory would allow. They left, but their presence lingered, a pressure drop in the room. Caleb knew they were not there to help him. They were there to contain him. Dr. Vance returned that evening alone. The shift had changed. The corridor outside was quiet. She stood by his bed, not looking at him, but at the door. "The men who were here," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "they are not who they say they are. They are with a private organization, very powerful, very secret. They have placed a guard at the end of the hall. They are not going to let you leave." "Why?" Caleb asked, the word a dry rasp. They think you know something about Silvestri, about something called the Quietus, a project, a weapon. The word landed in the sterile room with the weight of a tombstone. Weapon. I don't remember anything, he said, a surge of helpless frustration tightening his chest. Then you need to start, she said, turning her intense gaze on him, or we will never get out of this room. Her use of we was deliberate, intimate, a thread thrown across the abyss between them. Her name was Alois, and she was risking everything. The escape was a blur of calculated movements. Alois had created a diversion, a phantom cardiac arrest 2 rooms down. In the flurry of running feet and shouted orders, she slipped him a set of scrubs, a janitor's keycard. The guard was gone, drawn by the commotion. Caleb moved through the hallways, the smell of antiseptic failing to mask the persistent, phantom scent of metal and fire in his nostrils. He met Alois at a service entrance. A beat-up sedan was waiting, its engine already running. As they pulled away from the curb, a black SUV slid silently into the space they had just vacated. They drove through the night, the city lights streaking past like dying stars. Alois told him what she knew. She had been pressured to keep him sedated, to report any memory returned directly to the men in suits. She had overheard whispers, fragments, Silvestri, a biological agent, a delivery system based on ancient trade routes, and a timeline horrifyingly short, days, not weeks. In the glove compartment, wrapped in a plain manila envelope, were the contents of his pockets from the night he was found. Wallet, keys, a handkerchief, and a single folded sheet of paper torn from a notebook. On it, in his own precise handwriting, was a single line from Dante's Inferno, Canto 26, the Canto of Ulysses. Considerate la vostra semenza, fati non fosta viver cum brudi, ma perseguir virtu e canescenza. Consider your origin. You were not made to live as brutes, but to follow virtue and knowledge. And below it, a sequence of numbers and letters that meant nothing to him. 43, 46, 11, 2, and 1153, 15, E. It was a coordinate, a seed, a message he had left for himself. The first coordinate led them to Florence. The city was a museum of itself, every stone whispering of the Renaissance, of beauty and terror intertwined. The numbers took them to the Piazza della Signoria, to the very spot where Savonarola was burned. Caleb stood there, the early morning sun warming the ancient cobbles, the ghost of fire and zealotry hanging in the air. He felt a pull, a deep, resonant hum in his blood. He looked up at the Palazzo Vecchio, at the statues lining the loggia. His eyes found Cellini's Perseus holding aloft the head of Medusa, the triumphant hero, the vanquished monster, but his gaze was drawn not to the hero but to the base of the statue, to the intricate bronze reliefs depicting the story. One panel showed Perseus receiving his gifts from the gods, the winged sandals, the helm of darkness, the sword, and the pouch, the kibices, to contain the Gorgon's head. The coordinates were not the destination, they were the context. The numbers from the hospital note were a key to the relief, pointing to specific figures, specific symbols. He saw it then, a pattern hidden in the folds of a sculpted cloak, in the arrangement of stars above a god's head. A new sequence, a new set of numbers, a ripple in the fabric of the art, visible only to someone who knew how to look. They were a thread, he realized, a thread leading them through the labyrinth, laid down by a man who knew he would be pursued, a man who knew his own mind might be the first thing he would lose. The pursuit was constant, a shadow at the edge of their vision. The secret organization, cold and efficient, and now others. International authorities, a fractured response of competing agencies, all scrambling to contain the threat of the Quietus, all seeing Caleb not as a victim or a scholar, but as a piece of the puzzle, an asset or a liability to be acquired or eliminated. He and Alois moved through the ancient cities like ghosts, their existence pared down to stolen cars, cheap hotel rooms that smelled of mildew and stale cigarettes, and the relentless, gnawing work of deciphering the trail. The clues were all from Dante, woven into the very stones of Italy. In Venice, a city drowning in its own beauty, the numbers led them to the Doge's palace, to the vast map of the world in the Sala dello Scudo. There, hidden in the swirling currents of the Indian Ocean, drawn as a sea serpent, was another sequence, another coordinate. It pointed east, to Istanbul. Hector Silvestri was not just a scientist, he was an artist, a poet of annihilation. He was using Caleb, his old friend and the world's foremost expert on symbolic language, to be his witness, his chronicler. He was forcing Caleb to follow the path, to understand the magnitude of what he was about to do. The quietus was not a bomb, it was an elegant, silent reaper. An engineered virus, aerosolized, designed to spread globally along the ancient Silk Road and sea routes, a perfect, invisible recapitulation of human connection and commerce. It would cull the herd as Hector saw it, save the world from itself, a necessary, merciful apocalypse. The final confrontation was not in a secret lair, but in the one place where East and West had always bled into one another. The Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. Caleb and Alois arrived as the sun began to set, the great dome glowing like a second captive sun. The air inside was thick with the scent of centuries, of incense and stone, and the slow exhalation of tourists. The coordinate, deciphered from a mosaic of the Virgin in the Alps, led them down into the cavernous, echoing depths of the cisterns below the city. It was a world of inverted cathedrals, of endless columns rising from black, still water. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and profound age. And there, standing on a narrow wooden platform before a sleek, metallic apparatus that hummed with a low, malevolent energy, was Hector Silvestri. He looked older, his hair gone white, but his eyes still held that same fiery, unshakable certainty. Caleb, you came, I knew you would. You were always the only one who could appreciate the symmetry, the terrible beauty of it. Hector, this is madness, Caleb said, his voice echoing in the vast, dark space. Madness is what we have now, Hector replied, his voice calm, almost priestly. A planet screaming in a fever dream of consumption. I am not a monster, Caleb, I am a physician. This is the cure, a great, global quietus, a return to balance. Alois stood beside Caleb, her hand finding his. She was not a doctor here, not an ally. She was just a human being facing the end of things. The apparatus behind Hector contained the virus. The launch sequence was a countdown on a digital display, reflected in the dark water below. 60 seconds. The men in dark suits arrived then, spilling into the cistern, their weapons drawn. They were not alone. Other figures from other governments moved in the shadows. A standoff, a Mexican standoff at the end of the world. But Caleb was not looking at the guns or at the countdown. He was looking at the architecture of the cistern, at the columns, at the way the light from the agents' flashlights played over the carved Medusa heads used as foundation stones, placed upside down or on their sides, a pagan past subsumed by a Christian present, which was now just a museum, a palimpsest of power and belief. He remembered a line from the Paradiso, a canto about the nature of divine will. El amor chi move il sol y el alter stel, the love that moves the sun and the other stars. Hector's plan was not about love, it was about control, a violent, imposed order. It was the ultimate, arrogant symbol, and all symbols have a flaw, a crack in their perfection. 40 seconds. Caleb spoke, his voice cutting through the tension. The coordinates, Hector. You used Dante's cosmology, the concentric circles of hell, the celestial spheres of paradise, a perfect, closed system. Hector smiled, a beatific, terrible sight. You see it, the beauty. But you made a mistake, Caleb said, taking a step forward. You based the delivery algorithm on the Ptolemaic model, the ancient worldview. You built your modern plague on a beautiful, poetic lie. 30 seconds. What are you talking about? Hector's smile faltered. The center, Hector. In Dante's universe, the center of hell is Satan, frozen in ice. The point of greatest sin is the point of absolute stasis. Cold, not fire, you inverted it. Your system seeks the points of greatest human confluence, the hottest hubs of travel and trade. But if the model is wrong, if the symbolic center you programmed is a cold, dead point. He looked at the digital display, at the map of the world it showed. The target was not a major city. It was a coordinate in the remote, frozen high Arctic, a place of silence and ice.
20 seconds.
Hector's face went slack with disbelief. He stared at the console, his fingers flying over the keys. It can't be. The variables, the symbolic logic was perfect. The logic was perfect, Caleb whispered, but the world is not. With a cry of rage and despair, Hector slammed his fist on the console. There was a spark, a fizzle of electricity, and the hum of the apparatus died. The countdown froze at 3 seconds. The lights on the console flickered and went out. In the sudden, profound silence, the only sound was the drip of water from the ceiling into the black pool. The men in suits moved in, swarming Hector, pulling him away from the machine. He did not resist. He looked at Caleb, his eyes empty, the fire finally extinguished. "You saved them," he said, his voice hollow. "You saved the brutes." Then the shooting started. It was not clear who fired first. The different factions, their common threat neutralized, turned on each other in the confined, echoing space. Bullets ricocheted off ancient stone. Caleb pulled Alois down behind a massive column. He could feel the concussions in his chest, smell the cordite mixing with the damp. He saw one of the suits fall, his dark clothing turning darker, wetter. He saw another return fire, his face a mask of professional detachment. When it was over, the cistern was silent again, save for the moans of the wounded. Hector Silvestri lay on the wooden platform, a dark stain spreading across his chest. He was looking up at the vaulted ceiling, his eyes already losing their focus. Caleb went to him, kneeling in the water that sloshed over the planks. "It was the canto of Ulysses, wasn't it?" Hector whispered, a bubble of blood forming on his lips. "Follow virtue and knowledge." "I did, Caleb. I followed it to the end." "It wasn't virtue," Caleb said. "It was pride, the sunken track, the mad flight." Hector's breath rattled in his chest, a final, soft sigh. Then he was still. The authorities, the real ones, arrived eventually. There were questions, endless questions. Caleb and Alois told their story, a sanitized version that omitted the deeper symbology, focusing on the chase, the machine, the stopped countdown. They were heroes, reluctantly, awkwardly. They had saved the world from a phantom, a threat that would never be fully understood or acknowledged by the public it nearly consumed. Weeks later, they stood on a gravel path overlooking the Bosphorus. The water was a dull silver under a gray sky. The city sprawled behind them, a testament to the relentless, messy, beautiful struggle of humanity. The case was closed. Hector was dead. The organization, wounded and exposed, had retreated into the shadows, for now. Caleb looked at Alois. Her face was turned to the wind, her dark hair finally loose from its knot. She had stayed with him. He had his memory back, most of it. The blank wall was filled in, but the picture it revealed was complex, shaded with ambiguities and fears. The smell of metal and fire was gone from his nostrils, replaced by the salt-tinged air. He thought of Hector's final, flawed symbol. He thought of the secret organization, still out there, waiting. He thought of the countless, invisible threads that connected it all, a web of power and ideology that could never be fully torn down. He took Alois's hand. It was warm, then he let it go. He turned and began to walk away down the path, away from the city, away from the water, away from the ghosts of scholars and monsters. He did not look back. There were no answers behind him, only the echo of the question. He left the case there on the gravel with the weight of a saved world that felt no different and all its unanswered questions behind. He walked for a long time, his footsteps crunching a steady, monotonous rhythm on the gravel. The sound was an anchor in the silence that had settled inside him. He expected to feel a sense of victory, or at least relief. Instead, he felt a profound and unsettling emptiness, as if the core of him had been scooped out and replaced with the same cold air that filled the cistern. He had stopped a monster, but the monster had been his friend. He had saved a world that, as Hector said, was largely populated by brutes. The thought was a cold stone in his gut. He did not hear her approach, but he knew she was there. Eloise fell into step beside him, her presence neither an intrusion nor a comfort, but a simple fact. She did not speak for a long while. They walked until the path turned away from the water and wound up through a stand of cypress trees, their dark forms like sentinels against the gray sky. "They will come for you again," she said, her voice quiet but clear. "Not the same men, perhaps, but others. You are a loose end, and you know things." "I know nothing that anyone would believe," Caleb replied. "It's all ghosts and poetry. They want schematics and bank accounts. They want the pattern, Caleb. They saw that you could read it. That makes you either a threat or a tool." He stopped walking and finally looked at her. Her face was tired, the lines around her eyes more pronounced. She had risked her career, her life, for a man she did not know, for a principle she probably could not even name. "Why did you help me, Eloise?" She met his gaze without flinching. "Because they told me to keep you sedated, to keep you in the dark, and I am a doctor. My job is to heal, not to hide." It was a good answer, a professional answer, but he sensed it was not the whole truth. There was a personal stake in her eyes, a flicker of something that went beyond professional ethics. They started walking again, emerging from the trees onto a deserted street lined with closed-up summer houses. A light rain began to fall, fine and cold. "What will you do?" she asked. He had no answer. The university felt like a lifetime ago, a dream of chalk dust and restless students. He could not go back to that lecture hall, to that life. The dark wood was not behind him. It was all around him, and the straight path was lost. "I don't know," he said, and for the first time the admission felt not like a failure, but like a beginning. "There is a place," she said hesitantly, "a small clinic in the mountains, in Switzerland. They ask no questions. They need an administrator, someone with languages. It is quiet." He looked at her, truly looked at her. She was offering him not just a hiding place, but a path, and herself. The rain intensified, soaking through his jacket. He nodded, a single, slow dip of his chin. It was not a commitment, not yet. It was an acknowledgement, an acceptance of the next step and of the woman walking beside him. A car approached, its headlights cutting through the gloom. It was a common sedan, but his body tensed instinctively, his hand going to his side where a weapon might have been. The car slowed as it passed them, its occupants hidden behind tinted glass, and then it accelerated away, its taillights disappearing around a bend. Caleb watched it go, his heart hammering against his ribs. The world was not safe, it was not saved. It was just as it had always been, a place of beauty and terror, of quiet clinics and dark sedans on rainy roads. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the damp, cold air. The case was behind him. The work was not. He started walking again, and Eloise walked with him, into the gray, into the unknown, into the world they had remade with their choices. The silence between them now was different. It was not the absence of words, but a space where the unspoken could breathe. The offer of the Swiss clinic hung in the air, a tangible possibility of a life pared down to its essentials, a life of quiet service and anonymity. It was a seductive image, but Caleb knew that no mountain was high enough, no valley deep enough to keep the world entirely at bay. The men in the sedan were a reminder, a punctuation mark on the sentence of their lives. They found a small, anonymous hotel near the bus station, paying in cash from a dwindling supply. The room was a carbon copy of a dozen others, with thin towels and a television that flickered with static. Eloise sat on the edge of the bed, methodically checking the contents of her bag, a ritual of preparedness. Caleb stood at the window, peering through the slats of the blinds at the wet, gleaming street below. They were just watching, he said, more to himself than to her, establishing a pattern, seeing what we would do. So we give them a pattern to see, Alois replied, not looking up. We act predictably. We buy bus tickets to the airport, we disappear in the crowd, and then we truly disappear. He turned from the window. The clinic, is it real? Yes, a friend runs it. She knows some of my situation. She will understand. He nodded. It was a plan. It was a thread to follow. But as he looked at Alois, at the determined set of her shoulders, he realized the thread was not leading him to a hiding place, but to her. The connection was no longer just one of shared survival. It was something else, something fragile and new, born in the shadow of the cistern. The next 36 hours were a study in controlled motion. They took a bus to the airport, their senses heightened, watching for tails. They bought tickets for a flight to Geneva, using the last of their false documents, then slipped into a restroom and changed their clothes, emerging as different people. They abandoned the tickets and took a train instead, heading west across the Thracian countryside, then north. They changed trains 3 times, their route a deliberate tangle. They spoke little, their communication reduced to glances and slight gestures, a language forged in duress. On the final train, climbing into the Alps, the world outside the window turned white and sharp and clean. The air that seeped through the frame of the compartment was thin and cold. Alois slept, her head resting against the glass, her breathing steady. Caleb watched the mountains pass, great stone giants draped in snow. He thought of the inverted cathedral of the cistern, and now these soaring peaks. One a hidden, dark majesty, the other an open, blinding one. Both were places of trial. The clinic was exactly as she had described it. A long, low, modern building of wood and glass nestled in a high valley, overlooking a frozen lake. It was a place of silence and order. The director, a severe, graceful woman named Dr. Adler, greeted Alois with a tight embrace and Caleb with a look of deep, assessing curiosity. She asked no questions beyond his administrative qualifications. His new life was quiet. He managed supplies, schedules, and correspondence. He used his languages to translate medical documents and speak with the occasional patient from a neighboring country. He learned the rhythms of the place, the hushed tones, the soft-soled shoes on polished floors. He shared a small, spare apartment with Alois and a staff building a short walk from the main clinic. It was a life of simple routines, of shared meals and quiet evenings, of a peace that felt both earned and illusory. For several weeks, the world left them alone. The fear began to soften, its sharp edges worn down by the mundane. Then one afternoon, a package arrived for him. It had no return address, only his name typed on a plain label. Inside, nestled in unmarked packing foam, was a book. A very old, leather-bound copy of Dante's La Divina Commedia. His heart stalled in his chest. He carried it to his small office, his hands trembling slightly. Opened it. The paper was brittle, the ink faded. It was a beautiful, priceless thing. There was no note. He began to turn the pages, his scholar-esque instincts taking over, his fingers tracing the illuminated letters. And then he found it. In the margin of Canto 26 of the Inferno, the canto of Ulysses, someone had drawn a very small, very precise symbol in faint brown ink. It was not a word, but a sigil, a knot of lines that resembled both a key and a flame. He knew it. It was the personal mark of a long-dead Venetian cartographer, a man rumored to have been part of a secret society dedicated to preserving esoteric knowledge. Hector had not been working alone. His organization was not the only one. The game had not ended in the cistern. It had simply changed players. The book was not a threat. It was an invitation or a test. He closed the volume and looked out his window at the pristine, snow-covered peaks, so pure and so silent. The quiet of the mountains was a lie. The world was not quiet. It was whispering, and it was whispering to him. He knew then that he would have to open the book again. He would have to follow the thread. But this time he would not be running from something. He would be walking toward an understanding with his eyes open, and with Alois, he hoped, walking beside him. The case had never really closed. It had only been waiting for him to reopen it. He sat for a long time, the cold weight of the book in his lap. The hum of the clinic-esque heating system was the only sound. He could burn it. He could take it out to the incinerator they used for medical waste and watch the vellum curl and blacken, turning the symbol to ash. That would be the safe choice, the sane choice. It would be the end of it. But he knew with a certainty that felt like fate that it would not be the end. It would only be a delay. The symbol existed now in his mind, and to ignore it would be to live in a different kind of prison, one of willful ignorance and constant low-grade fear. He had spent weeks building a life of quiet order here, a life of small, manageable truths. This book, this mark, was a crack in that foundation. He found Alois in their apartment, grading medical charts at the small table by the window. The evening light was fading, painting the snow outside in shades of blue and violet. He placed the book on the table in front of her, open to the marked page. She looked at it, then up at him. Her face showed no surprise, only a deep, weary resignation. She reached out and ran a fingertip over the symbol, as if feeling its texture could reveal its meaning. "It came for you," she said softly. It was not a question. It's an old mark, a cartographer S cipher. He was part of something, a different circle, not Hector S. "And what does this circle want with you?" "I think they want to know if I can read the map," Caleb said. Hector's plan was a perversion of a tradition, a violent hijacking of an old idea. This might be the tradition itself. Or it might be a different kind of trap. "Well, yes." She closed the book gently. "What will you do?" "I need to know," he said. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of his decision. "I can live with the ghost of this hanging over us. I need to know who they are and what they want, not for them, for me." Alois was silent for a long time, watching the last light leave the mountain peaks. "When I was a child," she said, "my father kept bees. He told me that if you are ever swarmed, you must be perfectly still. Movement attracts their anger, but stillness is a risk too. It is a gamble that they will lose interest before you are stung." She turned to look at him, her eyes clear and direct. "We have been still, Caleb. They have not lost interest." So she had already decided. She would not try to stop him. She would not ask him to choose between her and this path. She was telling him she saw the same swarm he did. "I will have to leave the clinic," he said. "I can lead them here. Dr. Adler will understand. I will speak to her." "And you?" he asked, the real question finally hanging between them. She stood and went to the small cupboard where they kept their few personal items. She pulled out her own bag, the same one she had carried from Istanbul. "You are not the only one who is tired of being still," she said, "and you are not the only one who needs answers." He felt a surge of relief so profound it left him lightheaded. He had not realized how much he dreaded the thought of walking back into the dark alone. He had faced the cistern alone. He would not face this alone. The next morning, under the pretext of a supply run to Zurich, they left the clinic. Dr. Adler watched them go from the doorway of her office, her expression unreadable. They took the clinic's old, unremarkable car. As they descended from the pristine silence of the mountains, Caleb felt the familiar tension returning to his shoulders, the hyper-awareness of every passing vehicle, every pedestrian who glanced their way. The world was no longer a sanctuary. It was a field of play. In a quiet corner of the Zurich Central Library, with the old Dante volume on the table between them, they began their work. Caleb used his phone to take high-resolution photographs of the symbol, then cross-referenced it against digital archives of Renaissance cartography and occult manuscripts. Alois used her own, more practical skills, accessing secure networks through layers of encryption, searching for any whisper, any financial trail or digital ghost that might be connected to the symbol. For days they found nothing. The symbol was a ghost. Then on the third day, Alois looked up from her screen, her face pale. "I found a death," she said, "an academic in Bologna, a historian of medieval trade routes. He fell in front of a train 2 days ago. The police are calling it an accident." "Let me guess," Caleb said, his voice tight. She turned the screen toward him. It showed a scanned image of the man's business card, pulled from a university directory. In the upper corner, drawn by hand in the same faint ink, was the key and flame sigil. They ray not just inviting, Alois whispered, they ray pruning. Caleb looked from the screen to the ancient book on the table. The symbol seemed to pulse with a dark energy. This was not an academic exercise. It was a war, a silent, brutal war being waged in the margins of history books and in the shadows of train stations, and they had just enlisted. He reached out and closed the Dante volume, the soft thud of the cover a decisive sound in the quiet library. The hunt was on. He stood up, the chair scraping softly on the polished library floor. The sound felt obscenely loud. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice low. "If we found this, they can find us." Alois was already packing her laptop, her movements efficient and unhurried, but he could see the pulse beating rapidly at the base of her throat. "Where do we go? They are clearly watching their own. We just triggered an alarm somewhere." "Not an alarm," Caleb corrected, lifting the Dante book. "A callback. This was a test to see if we were paying attention. We passed. Now we have to go to the next step." They left the library separately, a prearranged precaution that felt suddenly flimsy. Caleb carried the book in a plain tote bag, feeling its weight like a lead core. He walked for 3 blocks, his senses screaming, before Alois fell into step beside him from across street. "The academic," she said without looking at him. "He had a sister in Venice." Venice, the city of water and shadows, of labyrinthine ways and endless reflections, it felt inevitable. "Of course he did," Caleb said. "The cartographer was Venetian, it's the same thread." "They'll be expecting us to go there," she said. "It's the obvious move." "It's the only move," he replied. "The path is laid. We either follow it or we burn the book and spend the rest of our lives waiting for a train to come for us too." They used the last of their cash to buy 2 train tickets to Milan, a leg of the journey chosen for its anonymity. The clinic's car was left in a long-term parking garage, a ghost vehicle for someone else to find. On the train, rattling through the Swiss-Italian border, Caleb opened the book again. He ignored the marked canto and instead focused on the rest of the volume, page by page, looking for other anomalies, other whispers in the margin. He found it near the end, in Paradiso. A single word, written in the same brown ink in a different, more hurried hand, next to a passage about the eternal light. The word was Celsus. It was not a name he recognized from Dante or from any of the standard scholarly texts. It felt older, Roman perhaps. He showed it to Alois. She frowned. "It's a name, but it's also a term. It can mean lofty or high, but in a medical context." She trailed off, her eyes losing focus as she searched her memory. The Celsus Library in Ephesus. A library, of course, a library built for a Roman senator, a storehouse of knowledge. It was another thread, another piece of the pattern. But was it an alternative or the next step after Venice, a choice or a confirmation? He looked out the window at the blurring landscape, the orderly Swiss farms giving way to the rugged Italian foothills. He was no longer a professor, no longer an administrator. He was a reader again, a decoder of forgotten languages. But the text was not just ink and vellum anymore. It was the world itself, its cities, its libraries, its living people, and its recent dead. And he understood with a chill that had nothing to do with the train's air conditioning, that the pattern he was trying to read was not a static thing to be observed. It was a living, reactive entity, and it was reading him too. It was measuring his steps, his choices, his resolve. The test was not over. It had only just begun. The train slid into Milano Central, its vast, oppressive hall a cavern of echoing footsteps and hurried goodbyes. They did not speak as they disembarked, moving with the crowd toward the metro that would take them to the other station, the one for local trains to Venice. The air was thick with exhaust and the damp smell of a coming rain. In the cramped, brightly lit metro car, Alois finally broke the silence, her voice barely a murmur. "The sister. Her name is Giulia. She is an art restorer. She works with old manuscripts." Caleb nodded, his eyes scanning the reflection of the passengers in the dark window. "They left us a clear path to her for a reason." She is either a willing participant or bait. Or both, Alois said. We have to assume she is being watched. They changed stations, the process feeling both clandestine and absurdly public. On the regional train to Venice, the atmosphere changed. The other passengers were a mix of tourists and locals, the air buzzing with different languages. Caleb felt exposed. The Dante book was now in his backpack, a dangerous weight against his spine. The approach to Venice by train was a sudden, breathtaking transition from the mundane to the miraculous. One moment they were on a causeway over water, the next they were sinking into the grandeur of the Santa Lucia station, opening directly onto the Grand Canal. The shock of it, the light, the water, the impossible architecture was a blow to the senses. It was a city built on secrets, on layers of history and water. They did not go to a hotel. Instead, following a thread of memory from a previous academic life, Caleb led them through a series of narrow, winding alleys across tiny bridges to a quiet, damp-walled courtyard in a pension that asked no questions. The room was small, overlooking a narrow canal where the green water slapped softly against mossy stone. The next morning they found Giulia Morti's studio in a quiet corner of Dorseguro. A small, discreet plaque next to a heavy wooden door indicated her profession. The door was unlocked. They stepped into a high-ceilinged room flooded with soft, north-facing light. The air smelled of parchment, citrus-scented cleaner, and a faint, metallic tang of chemicals. A woman with short, silvering hair and large, protective glasses looked up from a massive ledger spread on a work table. She did not seem surprised to see them. "You are the Americans," she said in precise, lightly accented English. She removed her glasses, revealing sharp, intelligent eyes, or perhaps not Americans. It is hard to tell these days. "We are friends of your brother," Caleb said, the lie feeling heavy on his tongue. Giulia's face tightened, a brief spasm of grief. "My brother is dead, and he had no friends, only colleagues and rivals." She looked from Caleb to Alois, her gaze lingering on Alois' calm, assessing posture. "You are here about the mark, the key, and the flame." Caleb's breath caught. "You know it." "Of course I know it. My brother was a fool. He thought it was a game for intellectuals, a secret society of historians." She gave a short, bitter laugh. He learned it was not a game when he met the train. "Who are they?" Alois asked, her voice calm and professional, a doctor inquiring about a symptom. "They are the custodians," Giulia said, as if the word explained everything. She saw their blank expressions and sighed. "They are a line, a chain of people who believe certain knowledge is too dangerous to be left to the world. They do not share it, they do not use it, they simply keep it, they bury it. My brother thought he could convince them to open their archives, to share." "And they killed him for it?" Caleb asked. "They do not kill," Giulia said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "They prune, they remove a threat to the secret. My brother became a threat, and now you are a threat because you are asking the questions he asked. You have been marked. The book was your invitation to stop, to walk away. By coming here, you have declined the invitation." A cold dread settled in Caleb's stomach. He had been wrong. The book wasn't a summons to a new game. It was a final warning in an old one. "Why did you tell us this?" Alois asked. "If you know what they are, why risk speaking to us?" Giulia looked at Alois, a flicker of sympathy in her hard eyes. "Because my brother is dead, and because you are not the first to come looking. There was another man, a quiet man. He was here 2 days before my brother died. He asked the same questions." "What did he look like?" Caleb's mouth was dry. "Ordinary, forgettable, but his eyes were very still." She shivered. "He left a card, a blank card with only this on it." She opened a drawer in her work table and took out a small, plain white rectangle. In the center, drawn in the same faint brown ink, was the key and flame sigil. The quiet man, the pruner, he had been here. He had looked into Giulia's eyes and asked his questions, and then he had gone to Bologna and pushed her brother in front of a train. Caleb felt the walls of the beautiful studio closing in. The city of water was not a sanctuary. It was a trap that had already been sprung. They had walked directly into the heart of it, following a path laid by the very people who saw them as a branch that needed to be cut. The pristine silence of the mountains felt a lifetime away. Here, the only silence was the patient, waiting silence of the deep. The quiet man knew they would come to Venice. He had anticipated their path as easily as tracing a line on one of the old cartographer's maps. Caleb looked from the blank card to Giulia's grief-hardened face and understood the true nature of the test. It was not about solving a puzzle. It was about survival. The custodians were not just watching, they were herding. "We have to go," he said to Alois. His voice was calm, but the urgency was a live wire in the air between them. Giulia nodded, a sharp, final gesture. "Yes, you do, and do not come back. There is nothing for you here but his ghost." They left the studio, stepping back into the narrow alley. The sunlight seemed different now, sharper and more accusing. The sound of their footsteps on the cobblestones was too loud. Every window was a watching eye. "He was here," Alois said, her hand brushing his as they walked, a fleeting point of contact. "He stood where we stood. He measured her." "And he'll know she spoke to us," Caleb finished. "We've made her a target. We have to assume that. We need to leave Venice, now." But leaving was not a simple matter of walking to the station. The quiet man would expect that. The causeway was a choke point, a modern gateway to an ancient city. He would be watching it. "We need to disappear into the city first," Caleb said, his mind racing, falling back on the old instincts of flight and concealment. "We need to become ghosts for a few hours. Then we leave by water, not by rail." They ducked into a small, crowded cafe, the kind frequented by locals, and took a table in the back. Caleb pulled out his phone, his fingers moving quickly. He wasn't searching for trains or flights. He was looking for boats, private charters, fishing boats, anything that would take 2 passengers off the islands without a record. Alois watched the door, her posture deceptively relaxed. "He knows we have the book. He knows we are looking for answers. Our only advantage is that we know he exists. He does not know that we know." "Does that matter?" Caleb asked, his eyes on the screen. "He holds all the other cards. He has the network, the resources, the willingness to prune." "It matters," she said firmly. "It means we are not blind. We can predict his moves. He will try to isolate us. He will try to take the book without a scene. He prefers accidents like the train, a drowning, a fall from a bell tower." Caleb found a listing, a man with a small, fast boat who asked no questions and accepted cash. He sent a terse message, arranging a pickup from a secluded dock on the Giudecca Canal after nightfall. As he put the phone away, a man entered the cafe. He was ordinary, dressed in a dark jacket and trousers. He did not look at them. He bought an espresso, drank it standing at the bar, and left. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. But in that time, Caleb had seen it. The man's eyes, as he turned to leave, had swept the room. They were not the eyes of a tourist or a local enjoying a morning coffee. They were flat, assessing, and utterly still. "He's here," Caleb whispered. Alois's hand tightened around her coffee cup. "The quiet man." "No, a different one, but the same kind." They were not just being watched, they were being surrounded. The city of masks was revealing its true face. The labyrinth was closing in, and the Minotaur was not a myth. He was a man with a blank card and a mandate to erase them from the world's ledger. The only way out was to move deeper into the maze, hoping to find an exit the custodians had forgotten. They waited in the cafe until the lunch crowd began to swell, using the noise and movement as cover. Then they slipped out the back through a cramped kitchen where a cook shouted in Italian over the sizzle of a grill, and into another alley that stank of garbage and damp stone. Caleb led the way, not with a map, but with a desperate instinct for turning away from the open water and the main thoroughfares, diving deeper into the tight, shadowy veins of the city. They crossed tiny, humpbacked bridges and passed under low arches, their reflections fragmenting in the green, opaque water of the canals. Every distant shout, every footstep that seemed to match their pace, sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. Alois was a silent presence at his shoulder, her breathing even, her focus absolute. She was not a fighter, but she possessed a formidable stillness, a capacity to endure that he knew he lacked. After an hour of aimless, anxious wandering, they found themselves in a small, deserted campiello, a square no larger than a living room. A single stone well stood in the center, and the walls were hung with faded laundry. It felt like a place time had forgotten. "We can't keep walking," Alois said, her voice low. "We are just wearing ourselves out. We need a plan for the next 6 hours until the boat comes." "The library," Caleb said, the idea forming as he spoke. "The Celsus reference. We can't go to Ephesus, but Venice has libraries. The Martiana. It's a long shot, but it's a thread. And it's the last thing he would expect us to do. He thinks we are rats in a maze running for the exit. He won't expect us to stop and read." "It's a public place," Alois considered. "Crowded. It might be the safest place we can be until dark." The Bibliotheca Nationale Martiana was a temple of silence and gold leaf. They passed through its grand halls, beneath ceilings painted with allegorical figures, and found a corner in the manuscript reading room. The sheer normalcy of the place was disorienting. Here they were just two more researchers, their paranoia hidden behind a facade of academic pursuit. Caleb requested materials on the Celsus library, on its history and its connection, if any, to Venetian collectors. The request felt futile, a desperate grasp at a straw, but as he paged through a heavy folio of architectural drawings, his eye was caught by a footnote. It mentioned a minor Venetian diplomat and scholar of the early 16th century, a man named Alvise Contarini, who had been obsessed with the Celsus library. He had traveled to Ephesus and returned with a significant trove, which he subsequently donated to the Martiana, with one specific crate sealed under terms of a strange bequest. The footnote cited a reference number, a manuscript, MS Ital, CL VI 89. His heart began to pound. He filled out a call slip with hands that trembled slightly and passed it to the librarian. The wait was interminable. When the small, bound volume was laid before him, it was unremarkable, a personal diary of Alvise Contarini. He opened it. The script was a cramped, difficult hand. He skimmed through accounts of sea voyages and court intrigues until he found the entry, dated 1509. "The world believes the Celsus was a library of philosophy and medicine. They are fools. It was a cage, a prison for a single terrible truth that the ancients could not destroy and dared not keep. I have brought the lock for that cage back with me. I have hidden the key where only the worthy or the damned may find it. It sleeps with the saint who is not a saint in the house of the winged man." Caleb read the passage again, then a third time. He showed it to Alois. "It's a riddle," she murmured, her brow furrowed. "It's a location," he breathed. "A saint who is not a saint, the house of the winged man." He looked up, meeting her eyes. "The lion of St. Mark, the winged lion. The house of the winged man is Venice itself." "And the saint who is not a saint?" she asked. A memory, sharp and clear, cut through the fog of his fear. A lecture he had given years ago on Renaissance heterodoxy. "San Simon Piccolo," he said. "The church across the Grand Canal from the train station. It's dedicated to Saint Simeon, but the Venetians venerate him as a prophet, not a canonized saint. A saint who is not a saint, and its crypt is one of the largest in Venice." The quiet man would be watching the stations, the docks, the airports. He would not be watching a church, especially not one so blatantly obvious, right at the city's main gateway. It was a hiding place of breathtaking audacity. As they stood to leave the library, a different kind of fear settled over Caleb, colder and more certain than the panic of being chased. This was no longer a retreat. They were not running away from the quiet man. They were walking toward what he was guarding. They were reaching for the lock, and he knew with a certainty that chilled his blood that whatever was inside that crypt was the reason the custodians pruned. It was the reason a man could be pushed in front of a train, and they were about to open the box.
Story 2.
The first thing Fulton noticed was the texture of the wood. It was the front door, wide open, and the paint around the lock was splintered, not with the clean rupture of a crowbar, but with a kind of shredded violence, as if something had worried at it for a long, desperate time. He ran a gloved finger over the grooves. The wood felt like damp, coarse sugar under the latex. It was a detail he would carry with him, this tactile memory of violation, long after the photographs had faded and the reports had been filed away in cold storage. He stepped inside and the smell hit him, a thick metallic sweetness that clung to the back of the throat, a smell he knew was blood long before he saw the dark, congealed lake of it soaking into the floral pattern of the living room rug. The Miller house had been a symbol of something in the town of Bison Creek. Not wealth, not exactly, but a kind of sturdy, unassailable respectability. White clapboard, a wraparound porch always swept clean, a tire swing hanging from the old oak in the yard. It was the house you pointed to when you spoke of a life well lived, a family rooted. Arthur Miller ran the feed store. His wife Clara taught piano to the town-s children, and their two boys, Ethan and James, were freckled, grinning fixtures at Little League games. All of that was gone now, replaced by the silent, sprawling tableau in the living room. They were all there, arranged not by a killer-s artistry, but by the chaotic aftermath of a storm of violence. The scene was less a murder and more a dismantling. Fulton moved through the rooms with a slow, deliberate pace, his large frame feeling cumbersome and alien in the violated space. He was a man built for patience, for the slow accretion of detail. His mind was a filing cabinet, and he was opening every drawer. He saw the untouched casserole on the kitchen counter, the homework left open on the dining table, a child-s drawing of a rocket ship taped to the refrigerator. The normality of it all was the most obscene part. In the master bedroom, a jewelry box had been appended, but a diamond pendant lay glittering amidst the costume junk, ignored. This wasn't tea about theft. Down the hall in the boys' room, a single, small, muddy footprint marred the pristine carpet. It pointed towards the window, a desperate, final direction. The news traveled through Bison Creek not like a ripple but like a shockwave, leaving a permanent tremor in its wake. Lewis, a reporter for the regional paper who had grown up in the next county over, felt it the moment he drove into town. The air itself had changed. It had been still and heavy with summer before. Now it was thin, sharp, with a new kind of fear. The gazebo in the town square, usually a hub for old men to play checkers, stood empty. The curtains in the houses along Main Street were drawn tight, as if the eyes of the town itself had closed. He found Fulton standing by his car, a grim monument amidst the swirling lights of the other patrol cars. They found them 2 days later, holed up in a hunting cabin 20 miles deep in the Shawnee National Forest. Leo and Samuel. Leo Merrick, 24, with the hollowed-out eyes of a man who had already given up, and Samuel Rook, 19, who stared at the world with a feral, uncomprehending fury. They were caught trying to heat a can of beans over a fire of damp twigs, shivering in clothes stained with dirt and something darker. They offered no resistance. When Fulton approached, Leo simply held out his wrists, his gaze fixed on some distant point in the trees, while Samuel spat a string of curses that sounded more like a wounded animal-esque cry. The story that began to unspool was not one of master criminals or intricate motives. It was a story of absence, of the empty spaces where lives should have been. Leo had worked for a time at Miller's feed store, a quiet, sullen boy who did his job and left without a word. He had been fired a month prior for stealing petty cash, a humiliation that festered. Samuel was a foster kid, passed from one unhappy home to another, his life a catalogue of slammed doors and broken promises. Their friendship was a desperate pact, a shared island in a sea of indifference. They lived in a trailer on the edge of town, a place that smelled of mildew and stale beer, a place the sun never seemed to reach. Lewis, digging deeper than the official narrative, found the patterns. He traced the path of their final days, a slow, grim march towards the Miller house. He learned of Leo's obsessive, silent fixation on Clara Miller, how he would sometimes stand across the street just to watch her water the petunias in her window boxes, mistaking her benign smile for something more. He learned of Samuel's history, the beatings, the nights locked in closets, the deep, abiding rage that was the only thing he truly owned. Their plan, hatched in the dim glow of a television in their trailer, was less a plan and more a shared fantasy. They would go to the Miller house. They would take what they were owed. They would leave this town and its judgments behind. It was a story they told themselves to make the emptiness bearable, until the night the story demanded to be lived. The trial was a spectacle Bison Creek endured but did not welcome. The town sat in the courtroom, a collective jury of silent, horrified faces. Fulton testified, his voice a low, steady drone as he described the splintered wood, the misplaced footprint, the eerie domestic stillness punctuated by horror. He never looked at the two boys at the defense table. Lewis sat in the back, his notebook filling not with the legal minutiae but with the small, telling gestures. The way Leo's shoulders slumped when a photograph of the boys' room was presented, the way Samuel chewed on his lip until it bled, the way their court-appointed lawyer seemed to shrink under the weight of the community's gaze. The defense was a futile attempt to paint a picture of mitigated responsibility, of two damaged minds colliding. A psychologist spoke of trauma bonding, of shared psychosis, but the facts were too brutal, the images too vivid. The prosecution spoke of premeditation, of the claw hammer found in the woods, its head caked with a substance that matched Arthur Miller's. They spoke of the forced entry, the violence that seemed to have gone on, long after any resistance had ceased. The verdict was a foregone conclusion, guilty on all counts. As the judge read the sentence, life without the possibility of parole, Leo closed his eyes. A single tear traced a path through the grime still on his cheek. Samuel stared straight ahead, his face a mask of defiant nothingness. The gavel fell, and the sound was like the closing of a heavy, final door. Years passed. Bison Creek tried to heal, but the scar remained, a pale, tight line across the town's heart. The Miller house was eventually torn down, the lot left empty, a bald patch of earth where nothing would grow. Fulton retired, the image of that splintered wood and the smell of that room following him into his quiet days. Lewis wrote a book about the case, a modest success that earned him a few speaking engagements, but no peace. He had all the facts, he had the timeline, he had the psychological profiles, but the core of it, the terrible why, remained elusive, a locked room within a locked room. It was on a gray, drizzly afternoon, a decade after the trial, that Lewis drove back to Bison Creek. He didn't know why. A kind of pilgrimage, perhaps. He stood at the chain-link fence that now surrounded the empty lot where the Miller house had stood. Weeds pushed through the cracked soil. He thought of Leo, rotting in a cell, and Samuel, who had hung himself with a bedsheet 2 years into his sentence. He thought of the fantasy they had built, a flimsy shelter against the world that had collapsed the moment they kicked in that door. He found Fulton at his small house on the outskirts of town, tending to his roses. The former detective was older, slower, his hands gnarled but gentle with the plants. They sat on the porch with glasses of iced tea, the silence between them comfortable, filled with shared ghosts. "I never could let it go," Lewis said finally. The book, it felt incomplete. Fulton nodded, staring out at the rain. Some things Dante want to be solved. They just are. There was one detail, Lewis said, that footprint in the boy's room. The report said it was small, pointed towards the window. They always said it was Samuel's from when they fled. Fulton was quiet for a long time. The only sound was the soft tap of rain on the porch roof. It was, he said, but his voice lacked its old conviction. "I went back over the evidence photos," Lewis continued, his voice barely a whisper. The splintering on the door. It was on the inside, around the lock, not the outside. Fulton took a slow sip of his tea. His eyes were distant, looking at something only he could see. I know. The two men sat in the gathering dusk. The mystery was not in who had held the hammer or who had dreamed the violent dream. That was settled. The mystery was in the moments between, in the silence that swallowed the screams, in the terrible, ordinary human needs that curdled into something monstrous. It was in the locked door that might have been locked from the inside, in the footprint of a boy fleeing not into the house, but out of it, a single, failed attempt at escape in a night that offered none. The truth was not a single thing to be uncovered, but a dark, shifting pattern, and now, all these years later, they were both finally still enough to see it. Lewis left as the last light faded. He drove slowly through the quiet streets of Bison Creek. He passed the town square, the gazebo, the old feed store now selling antiques. He came to the chain-link fence once more and stopped the car. He got out and stood in the fine, misting rain, looking at the empty lot. He could almost see it, the ghost of the white clapboard house, the porch, the tire swing. He walked to the fence and reached through, his fingers brushing the wet, rough soil where the front step would have been. The ground was cold and unforgiving. It was the same texture he imagined as despair. He stood there until the rain soaked through his jacket and the chill reached his bones. The town around him was a collection of shadows, each one holding its breath. He finally turned back to his car, the image of Fulton's resigned face etched into his mind. The old detective had known. He had known for a decade and had chosen to let the story end as it had, with two broken boys bearing the weight of all the horror. It wasn't a cover-up, not in the malicious sense. It was a judgment, a terrible, pragmatic decision that some truths were too destructive to ever see the light. The drive home was a blur. His mind wasn't on the road, but on that single, misplaced footprint. He saw it now not as a mark of flight, but of a last, desperate hope. One of the Miller boys, Ethan or James, had been alive after the initial attack. They had hidden, perhaps in a closet, listening to the sounds of their world being torn apart. And when the house fell silent, they had tried to run, had made it to their bedroom window before a final, brutal hand had pulled them back. The splintering on the inside of the door lock meant someone had tried to keep something out, or someone in, after the killers were already inside. The story of a single, violent home invasion was a clean, simple lie. The truth was a series of trapped doors and second acts of violence, a nightmare that had unfolded in stages. He didn't write a new article, he didn't update his book. There was no one to exonerate and no justice to be found in this new, darker version of the past. Leo and Samuel were still guilty. They had brought the horror into that house, but they had not been its sole architects to the very end. The final, private act belonged to one of them, a coder of cruelty that Fulton, in his wisdom, had buried with the rest of the evidence, understanding that the town and the world could only stomach so much. Lewis found his own peace of a sort in the silence. He stopped giving lectures. He let the book go out of print. He understood now that his search for the whole truth had been a kind of vanity. Some houses, once they fall, should never be rebuilt, even in memory. The empty lot in Bison Creek was the only honest memorial they could have. It was not a scar that would heal, but a void that acknowledged the full, unfathomable depth of the loss. And sometimes on quiet nights he would remember the feel of that damp, coarse soil, and he would think that forgiveness was not always the answer. Sometimes the only thing left was to let the ground lie fallow. The memory of that soil was a permanent stain on his consciousness. He moved through his own life with a new caution, a heightened awareness of the fragile doors that separated order from chaos. He married, had a child, and sometimes, watching his son sleep, a cold dread would wrap around his heart. He would check the locks on the doors not once, but twice, his fingers tracing the smooth, unbroken wood, a silent prayer against the splintering. Fulton died 5 years later. The funeral was small, attended by a handful of former colleagues and a few neighbors. Lewis stood at the back under a skeletal winter tree and listened to the preacher speak of a life of service and a well-earned rest. He saw the closed casket and thought of all the things Fulton had chosen to carry with him into the earth. The secret was theirs alone now, a shared burden that had become, in its own way, a form of kinship. He visited the empty lot one last time. The chain-link fence was gone, replaced by a low, decorative stone wall someone had built in a futile attempt to pretty up the void. The town had tried to move on, to build over the bad memories, but this one patch of ground resisted. It was still bare, a hard-packed circle of dirt where even the most tenacious weeds seemed reluctant to take root. Lewis didn't he get out of the car this time. He simply sat with the engine off, the winter wind rocking the chassis slightly. He thought of Samuel Rook, who had chosen a sheet over a lifetime of cages, and of Leo Merrick, who was still breathing, still eating, still staring at those same four walls. He wondered if Leo ever thought about that night, if his mind ever circled back to that final, unaccounted-for moment. Did he remember a struggle he hadn't initiated, a cry he hadn't uttered, or had the entire event blurred into a single bloody smear in his memory, a monolith of his own damnation? Lewis put the car in drive and pulled away. He didn't look in the rearview mirror. The story was over. It had ended not with a revelation, but with a quiet, mutual understanding between two old men on a rainy porch. There were no more facts to uncover, no more questions to ask. There was only the living with it, the daily acceptance that the world contained pockets of darkness so absolute that the only sane response was to look away. He drove towards the city limits, towards his own life, his own family, his own locked doors, hoping only to keep the chaos on the other side. The highway stretched out before him, a gray ribbon leading away from the silence of Bison Creek. He focused on the rhythm of the windshield wipers, the hum of the tires on the wet asphalt, anything to keep his mind from circling back to that empty lot, but it was no use. The questions had changed shape, becoming even more unsettling. If one of the Miller boys had survived the initial attack, which one was it? Was it Ethan, the older one, who might have had the presence of mind to hide? Or James, the younger, whose small footprint now seemed a testament to a final, failed dash for life? And which of the two men in that house, Leo or Samuel, had been responsible for that last, unspeakable act? The feral rage of Samuel seemed the obvious answer, but Leo's quiet obsession with Clara held a different, more insidious kind of poison. The not knowing was a form of torture, and he realized this was the weight Fulton had chosen to carry so that others wouldn't have to. His own house felt different when he returned. The lights were too bright, the sounds of his family too sharp. He hugged his wife a little too long, and when he checked on his sleeping son, he didn't just look at the gentle rise and fall of his chest. He looked at the space under the bed, the crack in the closet door, mapping out potential hiding places in a home that should have been a sanctuary. He was seeing the world through Fulton's eyes now, a world where every peaceful scene contained the ghost of its own potential destruction. Months turned into a year. The sharp edges of his discovery began to dull, settling into a low, constant hum in the background of his life. He was working on a new project, a benign history of a local bridge, when the letter arrived. It was a plain, white envelope with no return address, postmarked from the city that housed the state penitentiary. His name and address were typed in a faint, uneven font. His heart hammered against his ribs as he slit it open. Inside was a single sheet of lined paper, the words scrawled in a shaky, unpracticed hand. Mr. Lewis, I read your book. You got a lot of it right, but you don't know what it sounds like when a house stops screaming. You don't know about the quiet after. I need to tell someone about the quiet. It was unsigned. It didn't need to be. He knew it was from Leo Merrick. The letter wasn't a confession or an apology. It was an invitation into that locked room Lewis had spent a decade trying to find. He held the paper, feeling its cheap, thin texture, and knew with a cold certainty that the story was not over. It had been waiting for him. The silence was finally ready to speak, and he was the only one left to listen. He folded the letter and placed it in his desk drawer, the first page of a new and terrible chapter he had never wanted to write. He did not write back immediately. For a week the letter sat in his drawer, a radioactive object that seemed to pulse with a low, persistent energy. He would open the drawer, look at it, and then close it again as if testing his own resolve. He thought of Fulton's roses, of the quiet peace the old man had cultivated in his final years. To answer Leo was to spit on that piece, to tear open a wound that had been surgically, mercifully closed. But he was a journalist, and the habit of inquiry was a ghost that wouldn't leave him. The question was no longer about what had happened in the Miller house, but about what happened to a man after, when he was left alone with the echoes of it for 20 years. His reply was brief, typed on a sheet of plain paper. Leo, I will listen. Tell me about the quiet. He included no personal details, no words of comfort or judgment. He was a receptacle, nothing more. The response came faster than he expected. The same shaky hand, this time filling both sides of the paper. The quiet is the worst part. People think it the noise they remember, the bad stuff. It not. It the quiet that comes after, and here it always quiet. It reminds me. That night after it got so quiet, you could hear the fridge humming in the kitchen. The tap was dripping. I remember standing in the hall and hearing that drip, drip, drip. It was louder than anything that came before. Samuel was gone by then. He just walked out the back door. I was alone in the house with it. I knew I should run, but I couldn't. I was stuck in that quiet. It was like being underwater. That's when I heard it, a little sound from the boys' room, a rustle, like someone shifting under a blanket. Lewis put the letter down. His hands were trembling. He walked to the window and looked out at his quiet street, at the safe, orderly houses. He saw the phantom of a young man standing in a blood-soaked hallway, held captive not by guilt or fear, but by a profound, paralyzing stillness, listening to the one sound that undid everything. The next letter arrived a month later. Leo's writing was denser, more frantic, as if a dam had broken. It was the little one, James. He was hiding in the closet. I opened the door and he was just sitting there, knees to his chest, not even crying. He looked at me. He didn't scream. He just looked, and I looked back. I didn't know what to do. The world was over. The story was over. He was a loose end. That's what I thought, a loose end. I took him by the hand. He didn't fight. He was so small. His hand was cold. I walked him to the back door. I opened it. I pointed to the woods. I said, run, and he did. He ran. He was fast, a little shadow. I watched him disappear into the trees. Then I went back inside and waited for the police. I never told anyone, not the lawyers, not the cops, not Samuel. He never knew. He died thinking we did it all. Lewis read the words again and again. Leo Merrick had not committed the final, brutal act. He had, in a moment of unexpected and catastrophic mercy, set James Miller free. The boy had escaped. He had fled into the woods, a small, terrified ghost with a cold hand, leaving the single, misunderstood footprint pointed toward the window. He had survived the night. The implications crashed over Lewis like a physical wave. A boy had lived. He had run from that house and vanished into the vast, indifferent country. Where had he gone? What had he become, carrying that memory inside him? The official record stated that both Miller children were deceased, their bodies found in the home. There had been a closed casket funeral. The town had mourned them both. Fulton had known. He had found the boy's footprint. He had pieced together the truth, and he had buried it. He had let the world believe James was dead, had let Leo and Samuel carry the weight of his murder. It was a monstrous act of protection. To reveal that a child had witnessed that horror and was alone in the world would have been a second, prolonged tragedy. Fulton had given James Miller the only gift left to give. Clean death and a chance at a new life under a different name, far from the scarred earth of Bison Creek. Lewis did not write back. There was nothing more to say. He had his answer, the terrible, beautiful, devastating truth that explained everything and solved nothing. He went to his desk and took out all of Leo's letters. He held a match to the corner of the first one and watched the flame consume the shaky handwriting, the confession, the story of the quiet. He burned them all, one by one, until nothing was left but a small pile of black ash. He was not a journalist anymore. He was a keeper of secrets, a guardian of a fragile, painful peace. The story was finally, truly over. It had ended not with a bang, but with the image of a small, cold hand being released into the darkness, and the sound of one man, decades later, choosing to let the silence remain. He never told his wife about the letters. The ash was swept away, the drawer emptied. He threw himself into the history of the bridge, its solid, dependable architecture a welcome anchor. But the knowledge was a lodestone inside him, changing his center of gravity. He saw lost boys everywhere, in the homeless man muttering on a park bench, in the distant, haunted eyes of a veteran at a grocery store, in the quiet child at his son's school who never seemed to speak. Any of them could be James Miller, grown into a man shaped by a single night of unimaginable terror. He found himself searching online databases, not for James Miller, but for missing children from that era, for any story of a boy found wandering, disoriented, with no past. It was a compulsive, fruitless task. Fulton's work had been too thorough. James had been granted the anonymity of the dead, and he had surely learned to wear it like a second skin. A year after the last letter, a news alert flashed on his phone. Leo Merrick had been found dead in his cell. The official cause was a heart attack. Lewis felt a complicated surge of emotion, not grief, but a final, profound closing. He pictured Leo, finally entering the permanent quiet he had described. He hoped for his sake that it was a peaceful one. Life, as it does, moved on. His son grew older, his hairline receded. The Bridge book was published to modest acclaim. The sharp, specific horror of Bison Creek softened into a general understanding of the world's capacity for pain. He assumed that was the end of it, that he would carry this secret to his own grave, a silent successor to Fulton. Then on a bright, ordinary Tuesday, he checked his mail. Amid the bills and catalogs was a small, flat package. It was too stiff to be a letter. The return address was a law firm in a city 2 states over. Puzzled, he opened it. Inside was a note from a lawyer stating that he was the executor of the estate of a client who had passed away, a man named Arthur Vale. The client had left no family, but had given specific, prepaid instructions for this package to be mailed to Lewis upon his death. Enclosed was a single, sealed envelope. The name Arthur Vale meant nothing to him. His hands were steady as he slit the second envelope. The paper inside was expensive, the handwriting neat and precise, utterly unlike Leo's desperate scrawl. Mr. Lewis, it began, if you are reading this, I am gone. You knew me once a long time ago by a different name. I read your book when it was published. I have followed your career. I knew you had visited Fulton, and I knew when Leo Merrick died that the story had reached its final keeper. I am writing to thank you. Thank you for your persistence, and thank you most of all for your silence after Leo's last letter. I knew of its existence. I have ways of finding things out. Your decision to burn it was the second greatest act of kindness I have ever known. The first was a police detective telling a scared, silent boy in a hospital far from home that he was safe now, that his name was Arthur, and that the bad men would never, ever find him. He gave me a life. You allowed me to keep it. I lived a quiet life. It was a good one. There was love and there was peace, and the memories in time lost their power to cut. Please know that. The loose end was tied up not with violence but with grace, with gratitude, Arthur. Lewis sat at his kitchen table for a long time, the letter resting on the smooth wood. The sun streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. He thought of the small, cold hand not being led to a final horror but being let go. He thought of that boy growing into a man who found love, who built a life, who died with a name of his own choosing. He thought of Fulton and the terrible, merciful weight of his decision. And he thought of the empty lot in Bison Creek and how it was not a void at all, but a vessel. It did not just hold the horror of that night. It now also held this, a secret not of death, but of a life quietly, resiliently lived. He folded the letter, a perfect, clean square, and placed it back in the envelope. This one he would not burn. This one he would keep. The envelope felt different from the others. It was not a weight of dread, but a strange, feather-light anchor. He did not hide it in the desk drawer with its ghost of burned secrets. Instead, he placed it on the bookshelf in his study, between a book on local architecture and his own published work on the bridge. It belonged there, a quiet coda nestled between the solid, documented history and the haunted, incomplete story he had once tried to tell. He did not look for Arthur Vale's obituary. He did not search for the details of his life, his career, or the love he had mentioned. To do so would have been a violation, a final, clumsy intrusion into a peace that had been so hard-won. The man had chosen his silence, and Lewis would honor it by adding his own. Arthur's life was not a story to be consumed. It was a fact, simple and profound, like the existence of a star in a distant galaxy. Knowing it was there was enough. His own vigilance softened. He still checked the locks at night, but it became a habit, not a ritual. The dread that had wrapped around his heart when watching his son sleep began to uncoil, replaced by a fragile but growing trust in the fundamental goodness of things. The world still contained pockets of absolute darkness, but he now knew it also held pockets of impossible light, flickering in the aftermath. Fulton had not just buried a horror. He had planted a seed of grace in the poisoned soil, and against all odds it had grown. Years later, when his own son left for college, Lewis felt the familiar urge to drive. He did not plan a destination, but his hands on the wheel knew the way. He found himself on the old highway leading to Bison Creek. The town had changed more than he expected. New housing developments encroached on its edges, and a strip of fast food restaurants lined the main road, but the center held its old, weary shape. He turned onto the familiar street and slowed as he approached the lot. He expected to see a new house, a tidy lawn, the final erasure of the past, but the lot was still there. The low stone wall remained, but now it was almost entirely obscured by a profusion of wild roses. They were untamed and thorny, their deep red blooms a startling slash of color against the bare, packed earth they had finally conquered. They were Fulton S. roses, or their direct descendants, having crept from a neighboring garden or sown by a passing bird, claiming this empty space not with neatness, but with a fierce, beautiful life. Lewis pulled over and got out of the car. The air was warm and carried the roses' faint, sweet scent. He stood for a long time, looking at the vibrant, tangled growth where nothing was supposed to take root. He thought of the letter on his shelf and the man who had written it. He thought of the small, cold hand and the long, quiet life that had followed its release. He did not see a scar or a void. He saw a garden. It was not a pretty one, not one you would find in a magazine. It was a garden of resilience, a monument not to the death that had happened there, but to the life that had persisted in spite of it. He got back in his car and drove away, and this time he glanced in the rearview mirror. The crimson of the roses was the last thing to disappear from view, a spot of vivid color against the fading town, a final, silent word in a story that had at last found its true and proper end. The car hummed around him, the sound a steady companion on the long drive home. The image of the roses stayed with him, burned onto the back of his eyelids. He realized he was not just carrying Arthur Vale's secret anymore. He was carrying his gratitude. It was a lighter burden than the horror, but it was just as profound. He had been entrusted with the proof that a single act of mercy could ripple across decades, that a story of absolute evil could, through the stubborn, quiet actions of a few, be bent toward a kind of grace. When he walked into his house, it felt different. The light was softer. The sounds of his wife in the kitchen were a melody, not a jarring noise. He found her at the counter, chopping vegetables for dinner. He came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. She leaned back into him, a simple, trusting gesture. "You ray home," she said, her voice warm. "How was the drive?" He held her a moment longer, breathing in the familiar scent of her shampoo. He thought of Arthur Vale's quiet life, of the love he had mentioned. It was not a grand, dramatic love, but the ordinary daily kind, the kind built from shared meals and quiet evenings, and the simple, profound fact of knowing someone is there. It was the kind of love that could, perhaps, be strong enough to quiet the loudest of ghosts. "It was good," he said, his voice even and sure. It was really good, and for the first time in a very long time, he believed it completely. He had looked into the abyss, and the abyss, in its own strange and unexpected way, had looked back and shown him a garden. He did not tell her about the roses, or the letter, or the quiet man named Arthur. Some truths were not for sharing, their power lay in their silence. He simply held her, and the unspoken understanding between them felt deeper than any confession. That night he slept a dreamless sleep, the kind he had not known since he was a young man, before the weight of other people's stories had become his own. The next morning he went to his study. He took the envelope from the shelf. He did not open it. He ran his finger along its sealed edge, feeling the faint ridge of the paper. Then he took a small, locked metal box from the back of a closet, a relic from his reporting days meant for protecting sources. He placed the letter inside, clicked the lock shut, and returned the box to the darkness. It was not an act of hiding, but of preservation. The story was complete. It needed no audience, no analysis. It only needed to be. His life continued, but the current of it had shifted. He wrote another book, this one about the history of public gardens and the men and women who cultivated them as acts of community. It was a quiet, gentle book, and it was received as such. He was, to his mild amusement, now considered an expert on peaceful things. One afternoon, his son, home from college, was in the study looking for a book. "Hey, Dad," he called out, "what's in this metal box?" Louis felt a jolt, not of panic, but of clarity. He walked into the study. His son was holding the box, turning it over in his hands. "Just some old notes," Louis said, "from a story I never wrote." His son nodded, his interest already fading. "Cool," he said, putting the box back on the shelf and pulling out a novel instead. He left the room, and Louis was alone again. He looked at the box. He realized he was no longer its keeper. He was its witness. The responsibility had been discharged. The secret was no longer a live thing he had to manage. It was a part of history, inert and settled. The knowledge was his, but the burden was gone. He thought of the wild roses on the empty lot, how they would bloom and wither and bloom again, untended and free. He thought of Arthur Vale, who had chosen his name and his peace. He thought of Leo Merrick, whose final screams had been silent, and of Fulton, who had shouldered a terrible truth to plant a seed of hope in the dark. They were all part of the same tangled, beautiful, and heartbreaking garden. And he, Louis, had been allowed to walk through it, to bear witness to its thorns and its flowers, and to finally, quietly walk out the other side. He stood there for a long time, the silence of the house a comfortable presence. He could hear the faint sound of his son's music from upstairs, a steady thrumming beat that spoke of a world unburdened by the past. He walked to the window and looked out at his own garden, a neat, orderly arrangement of hydrangeas and hostas. It was tame, predictable. It lacked the wild, defiant beauty of the roses in Bison Creek, but he found he no longer needed that kind of fierce poetry. He had seen it, and that was enough. A week later, a thick manila envelope arrived from the law firm that had handled Arthur Vale's final instructions. There was no note, only a single black and white photograph tucked inside a protective sleeve. It showed a man in his late 50s, his hair thinning, his face lined but calm, sitting on a park bench with a woman of a similar age. They were both laughing, looking not at the camera, but at a small, scruffy dog that was chasing a squirrel in the blurry background. The sun was on their faces. It was an ordinary, happy moment, captured by a stranger or a timer. This was the love Arthur had written about. This was the peace. Louis did not frame the photograph. He slipped it back into the envelope with the letter and returned it to the metal box. Some proofs were too sacred for display. But the image joined the others in his mind's gallery, the small, cold hand, the wild roses, the laughing man on the bench. They were all true. They existed in a delicate balance with the blood-soaked hallway and the phantom of the young man, one not canceling the other out, but simply coexisting in the vast, contradictory tapestry of a life. He found himself, in the years that followed, less interested in the architecture of bridges and more in the architecture of silence, the structures people build within themselves to hold both joy and sorrow. He became a better listener. When his wife spoke of her worries or his son confessed his fears about the future, he did not rush to offer solutions. He simply listened, creating a quiet space for their truths to exist, just as Fulton had once done for a terrified boy, and just as he, Louis, had finally learned to do for himself. The story was over, but its echo had shaped him. It had taught him that the most important histories are often the ones never written down, the ones that live on as a slight softening around the eyes, a deeper patience in the soul, a quiet understanding that within every empty lot, a garden is waiting to grow. The final lesson was not about the past, but about the present. He noticed more, the small, unheralded acts of courage and kindness that kept the world from splintering. The teacher who stayed late for a struggling student, the neighbor who shoveled an elderly man's walk without being asked, the quiet patience of his wife when he was lost in thought. These were the silent, living answers to the violence of Bison Creek. They were the ordinary, daily defiance. When his father passed away, Lewis was the one to clean out the old man's house. In the attic, amid a lifetime of accumulated memories, he found a box of his own childhood things. Report cards, a dried corsage, a stack of his early, clumsy attempts at writing for the school newspaper. At the very bottom was a small, flat rock, smooth and gray. He turned it over. On the back, in faded marker, was a single word, fortitude. He had no memory of it. He must have found it as a boy, a talisman for a challenge long forgotten. He pocketed the rock. He did not need it as a charm, but as a reminder that resilience was not a grand, singular act. It was a quality collected in small, smooth pieces over a lifetime, held quietly in a pocket, its weight familiar and reassuring. He visited the bridge one last time, the subject of his first book. He stood in the center, the wind pulling at his jacket, and looked down at the water flowing steadily to the sea. It carried leaves and twigs, bits of debris, all of it moving forward. Nothing stopped it. The water did not forget the shape of the banks it had carved, but it did not cling to them either. It simply moved, persistent and clear. Drove home, the rock a comfortable weight in his coat. That evening he sat with his wife on the porch, watching the light fade. He didn't speak, and she didn't ask him to. The silence between them was not the silence of things unsaid, but the silence of things understood. It was a deep and peaceful quiet, the kind that allowed the past to rest and the future to wait, patient and unfeared, beyond the edge of the dark. The phone rang inside, a sharp sound in the twilight, but they let it go to the machine. Some things were more important than being reached. He thought of the phone in Fulton's old house, ringing into an empty room, the news of Leo's death traveling down a dead line. Now his own phone would ring, and life would continue on the other end, whether he answered it or not. The world was full of such calls, of connections made and missed, of messages sent into the void and sometimes, miraculously, received. A few months later, he received a letter from the town council of Bison Creek. They were putting together a new historical plaque for the town's founding, and given his expertise, they wondered if he would be willing to consult on the text. He read the letter twice, then set it down. He felt no pull, no morbid curiosity. The town was just a town again. He wrote a polite refusal, citing other commitments, and felt not a flicker of regret. He found the smooth, gray rock in his pocket one day while looking for his keys. He had carried it with him unknowingly for weeks. He placed it on his desk, not as a paperweight, but as a touchstone. It was a piece of his own history, unburdened by anyone else's pain, his own small fortitude. One Sunday he was in the garden pulling weeds from around the hostas. The soil was dark and rich, and the work was methodical, calming. His wife came out and knelt beside him, her own trowel in hand. They worked in that comfortable silence for a long time, the sun warm on their backs. He felt the earth under his nails, the simple, honest fatigue in his muscles. This was the only history that mattered now, the one he was building with his own hands in the present, with the woman he loved beside him. It was a story with no end, only a continuous, quiet, and beautiful becoming. The seasons turned, and the rock on his desk became as much a part of the landscape of his life as the books and the lamp. He would sometimes run his thumb over its smooth surface while reading or thinking, a gesture so habitual he barely noticed it. It was a quiet pulse, a reminder of a continuity that ran deeper than any single story. His son graduated, found a job in another city, and fell in love. Lewis watched the young man navigate his own life, making his own choices, building his own quiet history. He saw the same capacity for stillness in his son that he had cultivated in himself, and he felt a profound, unshakable pride. The chain was not broken. The legacy was not one of fear, but of attention, of a careful, loving regard for the world. He and his wife grew older together. Their hair turned fully gray, their steps a little slower. They took walks in the evenings, not talking much, but their hands would often find each other, their fingers interlacing with an ease born of decades. He knew with a certainty that felt like grace that he had given her the best of himself, the man he had become after the storm had passed. He had not been able to shield her from all his ghosts, but he had been able, finally, to leave them behind. The day came when he cleared out his study. He was not moving, just making space for a new phase, one with less clutter. He gave away boxes of books and files. He found the metal box at the back of the closet. He held it for a moment, feeling its cool, solid weight. He did not open it. He carried it to the fireplace, the one they never used, and set it on the hearth. He did not burn it. He simply let it sit there, a final acknowledgement of its presence in his life. Then he picked it up again and returned it to the closet. It was not his to destroy, just as it had not been his to tell. Its time would come with someone else long after he was gone. That night he dreamed. He was standing at the edge of the empty lot in Bison Creek, but the wild roses were gone. In their place was a single, massive oak tree, its branches spreading wide, its leaves a canopy of deep, shimmering green. A boy was sitting in its shade, his back against the trunk, reading a book. He looked up and smiled, not at Lewis, but at the world around him, a smile of perfect, uncomplicated peace. Lewis felt no urge to speak to him, to ask his name. He simply watched, and the watching was a form of blessing. He woke with the first light, the dream clear and vivid in his mind. He did not try to analyze it. He knew what it was. It was not a message or a vision. It was a gift, a final, seamless stitch in the fabric of his understanding. The garden had become a shelter. The secret had become a tree, offering its shade to a new generation. He rose and went to the window. The sun was just cresting the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of rose and gold. His wife slept on, her breathing deep and even. He watched her for a long time, this woman who had shared his path, and he felt a love so vast and quiet it felt like the air itself. He turned from the window and looked around the room at the familiar shapes of their life together. There were no more ghosts in the corners, no more echoes in the silence. There was only this, a room, a life, the dawn of a new day. It was more than enough. It was everything. He made coffee, the ritual as grounding as the feel of the stone in his pocket. When his wife joined him in the kitchen, her eyes still soft with sleep, she smiled at him, a simple morning gesture that held the history of their life together. She didn't ask about his dream, and he didn't tell her. Some gifts were meant to be held in the heart, their beauty private and whole. Later, he walked to the post office. The town was waking up around him, the morning light catching the dew on manicured lawns. He passed a young couple pushing a stroller, their faces etched with the tired, happy intensity of new parents. He saw an old man meticulously watering his petunias, his movements slow and deliberate. He saw a girl on a bicycle, her training wheels wobbling, her father jogging alongside with a steadying hand. It was all so ordinary, so breathtakingly beautiful. He saw the invisible threads of care and connection that held it all together, the quiet, daily defiance against the chaos. At the post office, he mailed a package to his son, a book he thought the young man would enjoy. He included a short note, just a few lines about the weather and his mother, and signed it with "Love, Dad." The words felt solid and true. He was just a man mailing a book to his son. There was no other story hiding beneath the act. It was its own complete and perfect thing. On the walk back, he saw a vacant lot on the edge of town, choked with weeds and litter. For a moment, he saw not the trash and the neglect, but the potential for life beneath it. He saw the seeds carried on the wind, the stubborn tendrils that would eventually push through the cracked earth. He did not feel the urge to clean it up himself, to force a garden into being. He simply acknowledged its state and its potential and walked on. It was enough to know that life was waiting there, patient and persistent. That afternoon he sat in his study. The room felt lighter, the air clearer. He looked at the shelf where the metal box resided, and he felt nothing but a distant, respectful quiet, the way one feels toward a grave long visited and now at peace. He picked up a pen and a fresh pad of paper. He wasn't sure what he would write. It didn't matter. The words would come or they wouldn't. The story was no longer a weight to be carried or a puzzle to be solved. It was simply a part of him, like the color of his eyes or the sound of his own voice. He was free. He put the pen to paper and began. The first sentence was about the quality of the light in autumn, how it slanted through the trees and made even the most common things seem precious and fleeting. It was not a book about bridges or gardens or the silence between people. It was just a sentence, and then another, and then a page. He wrote until his wife called him for lunch, and he stopped, not with a sense of interruption, but with the easy knowledge that the work would be there when he returned. The story he was writing now had no end in sight, and that was the greatest freedom he had ever known. He left the study and walked toward the kitchen, toward the sound of her voice and the simple, sustaining promise of a shared meal.
Story 3.
The only sound in the world was the ticking of the clock. It was a small, fussy sound, a golden pocket watch laid out on the velvet seat beside me, its owner no longer in need of its services. The tick was a tiny, metallic heartbeat in the suffocating silence of the stalled train, a sound that seemed to measure out not minutes, but the slow, deliberate unraveling of a life. Outside, the snow fell with a relentless, whispering hush, burying the Silver Gorge Express in a deep, white shroud, cutting us off from the world as completely as a dropped telephone line. We were a metal coffin in a frozen wasteland, and the ticking was the countdown to something terrible. His name was Julian Bentley. He was a man who collected things, companies, estates, the fragile wills of other people. Now he was a collection himself, laid out in his first-class cabin, a still life of violent departure. I had been summoned from my own journey, a reluctant participant in this frozen drama because my name was Malcolm, and once, a long time ago in a city that felt like a dream, I had been a detective. The train's conductor, a man named Denham who wore his uniform like a suit of armor, had found me. His face was a mask of professional distress, but his eyes, pale and quick, held a different story, one of sheer, unadulterated panic. The scene in Cabin 7 was a study in contradiction. Everything was neat, orderly, the bed crisply made, a half-finished glass of brandy on the small table beside the ticking watch. But Bentley himself was a discordant note. He lay on the floor, his silk dressing gown splayed around him like the wings of a fallen bird. His face was a mottled purple, his eyes wide with a surprise that was now permanent. There was no blood, no obvious sign of a struggle, just the profound and utter stillness of a snuffed-out candle. The air smelled of him, of expensive cologne and fine leather, and underneath it, the faint, coppery tang of death. The snow continued to fall, a silent, relentless accomplice. The train was going nowhere. We were trapped, a dozen souls in a steel tube, one of us a killer. Conductor Denham had assembled the relevant passengers in the dining car, a long, narrow room of polished wood and brass that felt more like a courtroom. The storm had knocked out the lights, and we were illuminated by the flickering glow of emergency lamps and the few candles Denham had procured, our shadows dancing like giants on the walls. I stood before them not as an officer of any law, but as a man who knew how to look. I felt the weight of their stares, a mixture of fear, curiosity, and hostility. There was Kathleen, the aristocrat, her silver hair coiled in an impeccable chignon, her hands, gloved in black lace, resting calmly on the table. She smelled of violets and cold, dry paper. Next to her was Greg, the retired soldier, his back ramrod straight, his gaze level and assessing. He had the scent of old wool and gun oil. Abraham, the doctor, sat with his medical bag at his feet, a man of science in a situation that reeked of primal sin. His fingers were steepled, his expression one of weary resignation. Then there was Deborah, the actress. She was a splash of vivid color in the gloom, a red silk scarf at her throat, her eyes large and luminous. She seemed to be performing her own grief, a carefully calibrated display of shock and sorrow. Betsy, the housekeeper, a woman with a face like a closed door, stood slightly apart, her hands clutching a damp rag as if it were a lifeline. And finally there was the waiter, a young man also named Denham, who served with a quiet efficiency that bordered on the spectral. He avoided all eyes, his gaze fixed on the intricate pattern of the carpet. I began with the facts, my voice a low murmur against the howl of the wind outside. Julian Bentley was dead. It appeared to be strangulation, but the doctor would later confirm it was a specific, brutal kind, done with a wire or a very strong, thin cord. There were no signs of forced entry. The door to his cabin had been locked from the inside, a fact conductor Denham verified with his master key. The window was sealed shut against the storm. A locked room, a classic, but there are no magic tricks in murder, only misdirection and human frailty. The first thread came from the waiter, Denham. He admitted after a long, silent struggle that he had taken a tray to Mr. Bentley's room around 10 o'clock. He heard raised voices, Mr. Bentley and another man arguing. He could not make out the words, only the tone, a low, venomous thrum of anger. When he knocked, the voices ceased. Bentley opened the door a crack, took the tray, and dismissed him with a curt word. The waiter said the other voice belonged to Greg, the soldier. Greg did not deny it. He stood, his chair scraping against the floor, a sound like a gunshot in the quiet car. He admitted he had argued with Bentley. It was about money, an investment, a failed venture that had cost Greg his life as savings. He said he had threatened to ruin Bentley, to expose him for the fraud he was. But he swore he left the man alive, fuming and arrogant, very much alive. I watched the others as he spoke. Kathleen's gloved hand twitched. Deborah, the actress, let a single, perfect tear trace a path down her cheek. Betsy, the housekeeper, stared at Greg with a strange, intense focus, as if trying to read a secret message written on his soul. The investigation became a ritual, a slow, methodical dance in the confined space of the train. I moved from cabin to cabin, a ghost in the machine, asking my quiet questions, watching, always watching. The rhythm of it was hypnotic, the repeated observations, the careful sifting of lies from half-truths. The train itself became a character, its gentle creaks and groans a constant soundtrack, the smell of coal smoke and old perfume a pervasive presence. In Kathleen's cabin, I found a photograph tucked inside a book of poetry. It was a younger Kathleen, her face unlined by grief, standing next to a man who was unmistakably Julian Bentley. They looked happy. She saw me looking, and her composure cracked for a single fleeting second. She told me a story then, in a voice like shattered glass, of a sister, beautiful and fragile, who had thrown herself from a window after Bentley had ruined her and cast her aside. This journey was not a coincidence. It was a pilgrimage to a grave. In Greg's cabin, I found not just the scent of gun oil, but the thing itself, a service revolver, clean and loaded, tucked away in his luggage. He was a man of action, trapped in a situation that required a patience he did not possess. Deborah, the actress, claimed Bentley was her patron, her benefactor. But in her vanity case, tucked beneath a pile of silk stockings, was a bundle of letters. They were not love letters, they were demands, threats, written in a florid, dramatic hand, demanding money, a final payment, or else she would reveal a secret that would destroy him. She was not his mistress, she was his blackmailer. And Betsy, the housekeeper, quiet, mousy Betsy, she was the hardest to read. She moved through the train like a draft, cleaning, tidying, her eyes downcast. But I saw the way she looked at Deborah's red scarf, a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. It was Betsy who, after hours of silent observation, finally came to me. She spoke in a whisper, her words barely audible over the storm. She told me that Deborah was not who she claimed to be. That her real name was Lillian, and that years ago, she had been the cause of a scandal that had cost Betsy's only son his life. Bentley had covered it up, used his money and influence to bury the truth, just as he had buried the boy. The pieces were all there, scattered on the table like shards of broken glass. The greedy actor, the vengeful sister, the ruined soldier, the grieving mother, each had a motive, each had opportunity. Each was a thread in the intricate web Bentley had woven around his own life, but the locked room nagged at me. It was the knot at the center of the web. I returned to cabin 7. The ticking of the watch was a maddening metronome. I stood where Bentley had fallen and looked around. The bed, the table, the watch, the empty glass. I picked up the glass, smelled it. Brandy, yes, but something else. A faint, bitter almond scent clinging to the crystal. Poison, but the poison hadn't killed him. The strangulation had. It was overkill, a message written in violence. My eyes fell on the window. It was sealed, frozen shut by the storm, but the lock was a simple latch. I examined it, my fingers tracing the cold brass, and then I saw it, a tiny sliver of ice caught in the mechanism. The window had been opened recently. The truth descended on me then, not with a shout, but with a quiet, chilling certainty. It was not a locked room, it was a staged one. I called them all back to the dining car. The storm was beginning to abate, its fury spent, leaving behind an eerie, profound silence. They filed in, their faces pale and drawn in the candlelight. I stood before them and began to speak, my voice low and confidential, as if sharing a dreadful secret. Julian Bentley was a man who created monsters. He ruined Greg financially. He destroyed Kathleen S. family. He enabled Deborah S. corruption and helped cover up the death that haunted Betsy. He was a poison in human form, and someone had decided to administer the antidote. The argument with Greg was real. The poison in the brandy that was likely Deborah S. work, a coward S. solution that failed to finish the job. The locked door was a simple trick. After the waiter left, after Greg left, someone else came to his cabin, someone with a key, Conductor Denham. He had let himself in. He and Bentley had their own history, a sordid little affair of bribes and overlooked transgressions that had suddenly become a liability. They argued, it turned physical. And Denham, a strong man, used the cord from the window shade to silence Bentley forever. But he was clever, he staged the scene. He locked the door from the inside to create the illusion. Then he went outside into the raging blizzard and climbed along the narrow maintenance ledge that ran the length of the train. He opened the frozen window from the outside, using his strength and knowledge of the train's design, breaking the seal of ice. He climbed back in, latched the window shut from the inside, and then left through the door, locking it behind him with his master key. The sliver of ice in the latch was the proof. He had braved the deadly storm to create an impossible crime. I turned to Denham. He did not protest. He simply looked at me, and the professional mask melted away, revealing the terrified, cornered man beneath. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The truth was in the air, cold and final. In the ensuing chaos, as the storm cleared and the world began to intrude once more, the authorities were contacted. There were statements, reports, a slow, bureaucratic unwinding of the tragedy. Denham was taken away. The others dispersed back into their fractured lives, each carrying a piece of the darkness we had shared. But that is not the end of the story. How could it be? A crime is not a closed circle. It is a rock thrown into a pond, and the ripples spread outward, touching shores unseen. An unseen voice concludes this tale. A voice that has been here all along, watching from the shadows, listening from the silence between the ticks of a golden watch. I see them still, those passengers on the Silver Gorge Express, not as they were in that moment of crisis, but as they became. Kathleen returned to her empty manor and in a quiet ceremony scattered her sister's ashes in the garden, finally at peace. Greg used the notoriety to write a memoir, finding a purpose in the telling of his own ruin. Deborah, her blackmail scheme exposed, faded into a deserved obscurity, her performances now confined to shabby theaters in forgotten towns. Betsy, she simply vanished, a ghost finally laid to rest. And the detective Malcolm, he got off the train, his own journey forever altered. He carried the cold of that mountain pass with him, the scent of coal smoke and violets and death. He knew that the greatest mysteries are not those of locked rooms or clever alibis, but the ones that lie within the human heart, those dark, tangled places where love curdles into hate, where justice blurs into vengeance, and where a single, violent act can seem, to the one who commits it, like the only possible answer to a world of pain. Train moves on, of course. It always does. It cuts through valleys and tunnels, a silver needle stitching the landscape back together. But if you are ever on a train at night and you hear a faint, repetitive sound, a ticking in the silence, remember this. Remember that we are all passengers on a journey, and that sometimes the most dangerous secrets are not the ones we hide from others, but the ones we hide from ourselves. The crime is over, the mystery is solved, but the echo remains forever. I was the one who found the final missing piece. It did not come in an official report or a deathbed confession. It came in a small, brown paper-wrapped package delivered to my door a year after the events on the Silver Gorge Express. There was no return address, only my name, typed neatly on a plain label. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was the golden pocket watch. Its ticking was silent now, its heart stilled, and tucked beneath it was a single, faded photograph. It showed a younger, softer-faced conductor Denham, his arm wrapped protectively around the shoulders of a boy with bright, eager eyes. The boy was Betsy's son. The inscription on the back, in a delicate, feminine hand, read, "To my dearest Samuel, with all my love, always." Denham was not just a corrupt conductor covering up his misdeeds. He was the boy's father, a secret he had kept from everyone, even from Betsy, until the scandal that Bentley covered up also revealed the truth of the boy's parentage. Denham had watched from a distance as the son he could never acknowledge was destroyed, and then he was forced into a conspiracy to hide the cause of his death. His motive was not greed or fear of exposure. It was a father's long-fermenting, helpless rage. He had not braved the storm and executed his elaborate plan for himself. He had done it for the ghost of a boy and for the woman he had once loved. He had given Betsy the vengeance she craved but could never have achieved on her own. Their shared, silent grief had been the true weapon, and Denham had been its final, terrible instrument. I never learned who sent the package. Betsy, perhaps, from whatever shadow she had retreated into, a final act of closure. Or maybe it was someone else entirely, another ghost from Bentley's past, ensuring that every facet of the truth, no matter how painful, was finally brought to light. I hold the watch sometimes, its weight cool and inert in my palm. It no longer measures time, only the absence of it. The case is smooth, the glass unblemished. It is a perfect, beautiful shell, empty of the mechanism that once gave it purpose. And I understand now that we are all like that in the end. We present a polished face to the world, but inside there is only the quiet, complicated truth of what we have done and what has been done to us. The train reaches its destination. The passengers disembark, but the tracks, like the scars on the soul, remain. I place the watch and the photograph back into the tissue paper, the silence in my study suddenly profound. The case was not a circle I had closed, but a door I had foolishly believed I had shut, only to find it open again, revealing a deeper, darker room behind it. All my deductions, my clever unraveling of the locked room, had been merely the surface truth, a performance for an audience that included myself. Denham had not just been a killer. He had been a monument to a specific, devastating kind of love, one that is built on silence and sacrifice and then twisted by loss into something monstrous. He had taken my investigation and used it, feeding my ego with a solvable puzzle while he hid the unsolvable human tragedy at its core. He had allowed me to catch a murderer, all the while knowing I would never truly catch the man. I thought of Betsy, her face a closed door. Had she known, had she stood in that dining car, listening to my grand summation, all the while holding the secret of their shared son, their shared vengeance. Her hatred for Deborah had been real, a bright, burning flame to distract from the colder, deeper fire of her collaboration with Denham. They were not two separate grievers, but a single unit of retribution. The official record would never change. The files would state that conductor Samuel Denham murdered Julian Bentley during a dispute over corrupt dealings. It was a clean, logical end to a messy story, but the watch on my desk told the real story, one of a man who had lived a life of quiet compartmentalization, only to have every compartment shattered at once. He had lost his son, his secret, and his moral compass in a single, brutal stroke, and his response was to build a final, perfect compartment, the locked room to contain the explosion. I never took another case after that. How could I? I had been out-detected by a grieving conductor. The world of crime and punishment seemed suddenly childish, a game of checkers played by people who believed they were masters of chess. The real mysteries were not in the clues, but in the spaces between them, in the things people carried so deeply that they became invisible. Sometimes on quiet nights I take the watch from its drawer. I don't unwind it. I simply hold it, feeling the absence of its tick, the weight of its story. It is a relic of a journey I thought I had concluded, a reminder that every solution is merely a new question in disguise. The Silver Gorge Express is still running, I hear, cutting through the same mountain pass. New passengers sit in its dining car, new secrets are held behind its cabin doors. And somewhere in the silent space between one heartbeat and the next, the echo of that single, terrible act continues, a vibration on the line that never truly fades. The following spring, I found myself near the mountains, the clean, thin air a stark contrast to the memory of coal smoke and damp wool. It was a deliberate pilgrimage, I suppose, a need to see the place in a different light. I took a local train, a slow, rattling thing that stopped at every hamlet, and from a viewing platform at the highest point of the pass, I looked down. There it was, the silver gorge, a deep scar in the earth, the river at its bottom a silver thread, and on the opposite ledge I saw the tracks clinging to the rock face. I could just make out the thin, rusty line of the maintenance ledge Denham had used, a path no wider than a man's foot. To have traversed that in a blizzard, with the wind trying to pluck him into the void, was an act of either madness or a love so profound it had become indistinguishable from hate. He had not just been creating an alibi. He had been walking a tightrope over his own damnation, all for the sake of a ghost. A local man, a farmer tending a nearby fence, saw me staring. He nodded toward the gorge. "Nasty place in a storm," he said. "Took a feller off that very ledge, must be 20 years back. Never did find the body. The mountain keeps what it wants." I simply nodded, unable to form a reply. The mountain had kept Denham's secret and his life for a time, but it was the watch, that small, man-made object, that had ultimately betrayed the depth of his truth. The natural world was indifferent. It was human hearts that crafted the real prisons. I returned home, the image of that narrow ledge fixed in my mind. That night I did something I had not done since the package arrived. I took out the watch and I wound it. The sound was startling in the quiet room, a fragile metallic heartbeat. It was not a tribute to Denham, nor an attempt to resurrect the past. It was an acknowledgement. The story was not mine to silence. It was a pulse that would continue in one form or another, as long as there were hearts to break and secrets to keep. The watch ticked on, a quiet, insistent messenger from a world where justice and vengeance are two sides of the same cold coin. The ticking was a companion for a while. It filled the empty spaces in the house, a constant, rhythmic reminder that some stories refuse to be buried. I would listen to it as I read, as I tried to write my own fragmented memories of a life spent sifting through the lies of others. The sound was no longer maddening. It was simply there, a fact of my existence, like the scar on my hand or the gray in my hair. Then one Tuesday it stopped. There was no dramatic final tick, no grinding of gears. I simply noticed its absence in the middle of the afternoon, a silence so profound it felt like a physical presence. I picked it up. The hands were frozen at 3:07. I shook it gently, listened, but nothing. The spring had unwound, the mechanism had reached its end. This time I knew it was final. I did not try to wind it again. I placed it back in its drawer, the tissue paper now a shroud. The silence it left behind was different from before. It was not an emptiness, but a completion. The watch had delivered its final message. The story was over, truly over. 2 days later, I received a letter. The handwriting was elegant, unfamiliar. The postmark was from a small coastal town I had never heard of. It was from Kathleen. She had seen a brief mention of my retirement in a newspaper, a throwaway line in a larger article about the infallibility of detectives. She wrote not of the murder, not of Bentley, but of her garden. She described the roses she had planted where her sister's ashes lay, how they had bloomed that spring, a deep, bloody crimson. She said the thorns were fierce, but the blooms were worth the pain. She thanked me for the silence I had given her, not the silence of the grave, but the silence of a truth finally spoken aloud. I read her letter twice, then placed it in the drawer with the watch. 2 relics, 2 endings. I went for a walk then, out into the city streets that had always been my home. The noise was overwhelming at first, the clatter of carts, the cries of newsboys, the general hum of life. But as I walked, I began to hear something else beneath the cacophony. It was the sound of countless stories, unfolding in every cramped apartment and bustling cafe, each with its own locked rooms and hidden motives, its own loves and hatreds. I was no longer the detective, the man who solved them. I was just another man on the street, carrying his own small, quiet truth. The weight of it felt for the first time bearable. The train had reached its station. The passenger had disembarked, and the world, for all its pain and complexity, continued to turn. The city air, thick with the smell of roasting chestnuts and horse manure, was a far cry from the thin, sharp cold of the mountain pass. I found myself standing before a small, shabby theater, its marquee letters peeling. A playbill was tacked to the door, announcing a production of a forgettable comedy. And there, in small print at the bottom, was her name, Deborah. A morbid curiosity, the last vestige of the detective I had been, propelled me inside. I took a seat in the back row, the velvet worn thin. The theater was nearly empty, the echoes of the few coughs and shuffles seeming to mock the performers on stage. When she entered, it was a shock. The vibrant, cunning woman from the train was gone, replaced by a gaunt figure who moved with a brittle carefulness. Her voice, once a tool of manipulation, was now a reedy whisper that failed to reach the balcony. She played a maid, a minor role with a handful of lines, but in one scene she had to look out a painted window and express a longing for a life she would never have. For a single, unguarded moment, her face, illuminated by the harsh stage lights, was not that of a character. It was a mask of pure, unadulterated regret. She was not acting, she was remembering. She was thinking of the man she corrupted, the life she destroyed, and the chain of events she helped set in motion that ended with a cord around a man's neck in a frozen train. She saw the empty seats, the tawdry set, the dead end her life had become, and in that moment she was the most honest I had ever seen her. I left before the curtain call, slipping out into the twilight. I had gone seeking a final ghost, and I had found one, but the encounter brought no satisfaction, only a profound and weary sadness. Deborah was not a monster, she was a consequence. She was the living proof of Bentley-esque poison, a soul he had helped warp, now left to haunt the ruins of her own choices. I never sought out the others. Greg's memoir was a modest success, I heard, a tale of resilience that carefully omitted the darker, more complex truths. Betsy remained a ghost, and I preferred her that way. Some shadows are meant to stay shadows. The watch and the letter remain in my drawer. I do not look at them anymore. Their work is done. They have taught me that the greatest detective work is not in the pursuit of truth, but in learning how to live with it once you find it. The story of the Silver Gorge Express is and always will be a part of me. But it is a scar now, not an open wound. And on I walk, a man without a mystery, save for the one he carries in his own quiet heart. The seasons turned as they always do. The sharp memory of the case began to soften at the edges, blurring into the general tapestry of a long life. I took up gardening of all things, my hands learning the feel of damp earth and living roots instead of cold, dead clues. It was a quiet, patient sort of magic, this nurturing of growth from silence. One afternoon, while turning the soil for a new bed of violets, my trowel struck something hard. I brushed away the dirt, expecting a stone, and unearthed a small, tarnished locket. It was cheap, the metal thin and worn. I pried it open with a dirty thumbnail. Inside was a tiny, faded photograph of a young woman with wide, hopeful eyes. It was Betsy. She must have dropped it during her final, frantic days before the journey, or perhaps she had buried it here herself, a final act of leaving a part of her old self behind before she vanished into the world. I held it in my palm, this small, cold artifact of a life lived in the margins. I did not try to find her. The locket was not a clue to be followed, but a testament to be honored. I placed it back in the earth, covering it gently. Some truths are not meant to be kept, but returned. The violets, when they bloomed later that spring, were a startling, profound purple. I would sit on my bench and watch them, and the ticking in my mind was finally completely gone. There was only the hum of bees and the rustle of leaves, the slow, patient turning of the world. The past had been laid to rest, not in a dramatic conclusion, but in a quiet garden under a peaceful sun. The story was over, and I was, at last, simply a man sitting in the light. The man on the bench was not the same man who had solved the mystery of the Silver Gorge Express. He was someone quieter, someone who had learned that the most important discoveries are not about others, but about the landscape of one's own soul. He had spent a lifetime looking for patterns in the chaos of human behavior, and he had found the most elusive pattern of all, a kind of peace. He thought of Denham less as a killer and more as a figure in a Greek tragedy, a man whose fatal flaw was a love so secret and so deep that it could only express itself in ruin. He thought of Betsy not as a vengeful mother, but as a woman who had channeled her bottomless grief into a single, silent partnership that brought down a kingdom of lies. They were not heroes or villains. They were people, broken and reassembled into dangerous shapes by their losses. One evening, a young man from the city newspaper came to see him. He had heard rumors, dug up the old files, and wanted the true story, the one behind the official record. He was earnest, his eyes bright with the hunger for a sensational tale. The man on the bench listened patiently, then offered the young reporter a glass of lemonade. "I cannot give you that story," he said. "It does not belong to me. It belongs to the people who lived it, and they are gone. Some truths are like sharp stones. If you carry them in your pocket, they will wear a hole through the fabric and be lost. Better to leave them where they lie." The young man left disappointed, his notebook empty. The man on the bench felt no regret. He had finally learned the value of some silences. The violet spread year after year, a sea of purple that returned each spring with quiet determination. He never planted anything else. It seemed right that this one, simple beauty, should claim the ground. He grew older, his steps slower, his time on the bench longer, but the peace held. It was a deep and settled thing, weathered and strong like a stone smoothed by a river. The echo had not faded, but he had learned to stop listening for it, and in that cessation he found his final and most profound answer. The day the old bench finally splintered under his weight was not a sad one. It was simply a thing that had reached its end, much like the watch, much like the story itself. He gathered the pieces of weathered wood and stacked them neatly by the shed, a small, tidy monument to a season of his life now past. He did not build a new one. Instead, he brought out a simple folding chair, which was easier on his bones and asked for no commitment. He was sitting there when the neighbor's child, a girl of perhaps 6 with fierce, curious eyes, hopped the low stone wall that separated their properties. She often did this, a small explorer in the world of his garden. She pointed a stubby finger at the sea of violets. "Why are they all the same?" she asked, her voice clear and demanding of a proper answer. He considered this. Most people saw a uniform carpet of color. She saw a lack of variety. It was a good question. "They ray keeping a secret," he said. Her eyes widened. What secret? "They regarding something very small and very important," he said, "and they've promised not to tell anyone what it is, so they all have to look exactly the same. A uniform." She accepted this with the solemnity of one who understands the gravity of secrets. She nodded, then turned and hopped back over the wall, her mission of inquiry complete. He smiled. It was the closest he had ever come to telling the story, and it was the only version that felt both true and right. It was no longer a tale of murder and trains and locked rooms. It was a story about a secret kept by flowers. The seasons continued their slow wheel. The city changed, its skyline reaching higher, its sounds growing more mechanical. But in his garden the world remained soft-edged and measured by the growth of plants. He received a letter one day informing him of Deborah's passing. It was from a theatrical charity, a generic request for donations in her memory. She had died in a boarding house, the notice said, with no known family. He wrote a check, not out of guilt or forgiveness, but as a final, quiet nod to a life that had been irrevocably tangled with his own. It was the last thread. When his own time came, it was on a spring afternoon much like the one when he had found the locket. The violets were in full, glorious bloom, and the air was sweet. He was in his chair, and his breathing simply slowed and then stopped, as quietly as a watch finally winding down. There was no struggle, no last-minute revelation. There was only the peace he had cultivated, as tangible and real as the earth beneath his feet. The new owners of the house knew nothing of the old man's past. They were a young family, full of noise and future. The wife, while clearing out the last of the old furniture, found a drawer stuck fast. When she finally worked it open, she found it empty save for a single yellowed piece of tissue paper and a faint circular impression in the dust, as if something small and heavy had once rested there for a very long time. She tossed the paper, wiped away the dust, and never gave it another thought. Outside, the violets nodded in the breeze, keeping their secret as the world endlessly, beautifully moved on. The new family's children often played in the garden. The boy, who loved engines and things that moved, would sometimes press his ear to the ground near the violets, convinced he could hear a faint, rhythmic sound like a distant train on its tracks. His sister would shush him, telling him it was just the wind or the blood in his own ears, but he insisted. He said it was the sound of the secret, ticking away under the soil. They never dug, though. Some unspoken rule, passed down from the previous owner through the very air of the place, kept their hands from disturbing the earth. The garden thrived, and the story, having shed its skin of facts and names, became something else entirely, a whisper in the roots, a lesson in the value of quiet things, a truth that had learned how to live without a teller. Years later, a university student writing a thesis on forgotten local histories found a passing reference to the Silver Gorge case in a digitized archive of a defunct newspaper. The name of the detective was mentioned only once. Intrigued, she tracked down the address, now occupied by the young family. She knocked on the door and asked if they knew anything about the previous owner, the detective. The mother shook her head, offering only that he had been a quiet man who loved his garden. The student thanked her and left, her lead evaporated. As she walked away, she paused by the low stone wall, looking at the blanket of violets. They seemed to hold a weight, a presence that the rest of the cheerful, manicured yard did not. She took a picture of them for no reason she could articulate and moved on to other research. The photograph eventually became the cover of her published thesis, a study on how landscapes absorb memory. No one who read it knew what the violets meant, only that they were beautiful and that they looked like they were guarding something. The thesis was well received in academic circles, a small ripple in a very large pond. The student moved on to other projects, other mysteries, but she never forgot the feeling of that garden, the quiet intensity of those flowers. It lingered with her, a subtle shift in her perception. She began to see other places with the same eyes: an old, gnarled tree in a city park, a derelict boathouse by a lake, and wonder what stories they had absorbed into their grain and mortar. She sometimes thought of tracking down the detective's surviving relatives, but a deeper instinct told her it would be a violation. The garden had been his final statement. To dig further would be to misunderstand it completely. She had, without realizing it, learned the same lesson he had spent a lifetime grasping. Back at the house, the family's life continued its busy course. The boy who heard the ticking grew up and moved away to study engineering. The sister became a botanist, her childhood in that garden a quiet foundational influence. She specialized in the resilience of certain flowering plants, how they could thrive in seemingly inhospitable places. She never published a paper on the violets in her old garden, but she thought of them often. They were her baseline, her definition of what it meant to endure. One day, many years after the old man had passed, a severe storm swept through the city, tearing branches from trees and flooding streets. In the garden, a large limb from the neighbor's oak crashed down, its impact gouging a deep furrow through the heart of the violet bed. When the family went out to survey the damage, they saw the roots exposed, tangled and dark against the raw, wet earth. And there, nestled among them, was the locket. The clasp had long since rusted away, and it fell open in the boy's palm as he picked it up. The photograph of Betsy was gone, dissolved back into the elements, leaving only a faint, stained outline. He looked at the empty locket, then at the damaged earth. He felt no urge to solve its mystery. Instead, he carefully placed it back into the soil, pushing the dirt over it with his hand. He and his sister spent the afternoon righting the plants, gently pressing the roots back into the ground. They knew the violets would return. They always did. The secret was not in the object, but in the earth itself, and in the quiet, persistent will to go on growing. The story was now part of the land, and the land, like all true things, remembered. The next spring, the violets did return, but the scar from the fallen branch remained as a slight depression in the earth. Over time, it collected rainwater and leaves, becoming a small, fertile hollow. One year, a bird must have dropped a seed there because a sapling began to grow, a slender maple that rose steadily between the violets. The family watched it, seeing it not as an intrusion, but as a continuation. The tree grew, its branches casting a dappled shade over the flowers below. The boy, now a man with children of his own, would point it out when he visited. "That's the remembering tree," he would tell them. They never asked what it remembered, they simply accepted it as part of the garden-esque truth. And in the quiet of the evenings, when the light slanted through the maple leaves and illuminated the purple blooms beneath, it was possible to believe that every story, no matter how dark, could eventually find its way back to the light, transformed into something as simple and as enduring as a tree growing among flowers. The old house changed hands again and then again. The maple tree thickened, its roots delving deep into the ground, perhaps touching the rusted locket, perhaps not. The new residents were a retired couple who appreciated the shade and the history of the property, though they knew none of the specifics. They liked to have their morning coffee on the patio, looking out at the violets and the tree. The man once remarked that the garden had a settled feeling, like a room where a long and thoughtful conversation had just concluded. His wife agreed, adding that it felt complete. They lived there for 20 peaceful years, and when they sold the house, they left the garden untouched, a silent legacy for the next unknowing caretakers. The story was no longer a story at all. It was simply a place, and in that it had found its most perfect form. The city continued its relentless expansion, its concrete edges creeping ever closer, yet the garden remained an island, a quiet backwater in the flow of time. The retired couple passed away within a year of each other, and the house stood empty for a season. The for sale sign was a stark, yellow intrusion in the green piece of the yard. A young couple, expecting their first child, eventually bought it. They were drawn by the size of the rooms and the old, established garden, which they saw as a perfect place for a child to play. On their first day of ownership, they began to plan their changes. The wife stood at the kitchen window, looking out at the violets and the maple. "It's a little dark," she said. "All that purple, and the tree makes it shadowy. We should clear some of it out, put in a brighter lawn, maybe a swing set." Her husband nodded, already mentally measuring the space. He was a man who liked order and light. The dense, emotional weight of the garden was lost on him. He saw only an untamed patch that could be useful. The next weekend, he rented a small tiller. The machine coughed to life, its mechanical snarl shattering the morning-esque quiet. He started at the edge of the violet bed, the rotating blades biting easily into the soft earth, churning up dark soil and pale, severed roots. He had only worked a few feet when the tiller jammed with a sickening grind. He killed the engine, cursing softly. Kneeling, he reached into the tines and pulled out the obstruction. It was a watch crusted with dirt, its crystal cracked but its case still stubbornly intact. He wiped it on his jeans, revealing the tarnished silver beneath. He shook it near his ear. There was no tick, only the faint, gritty sound of dead gears. He shrugged, tossed it onto the patio table with the other debris, and restarted the tiller. The work of reshaping the garden had begun. The past, once again, was just an inconvenience to be cleared away. The watch lay on the patio table for a week, a forgotten piece of scrap amidst coffee cups and gardening catalogs. The husband eventually swept it into a trash bag with the rest of the cleared debris from the garden. The bag was tied shut and left at the curb for the sanitation truck. The new lawn, a bright, uniform green, was laid down where the violets had been. A plastic red and yellow swing set was anchored in the center, a stark, cheerful geometry against the softness of the remaining maple tree. The child, a girl, learned to walk on that grass. She took her first steps under the dappled shade of the tree, her small feet pressing into the imported sod. She grew, and she swung on the swings, her laughter echoing in the air that had once held only the hum of bees and the weight of silence. She knew nothing of lockets or trains or the man who had sat for years on a bench that was no longer there. The story was gone, erased as thoroughly as a footprint in the rain. One afternoon when the girl was 5, she was digging near the base of the maple with a small blue plastic shovel. She was looking for treasure, she told her mother. Her shovel hit a hard, flat stone. She scraped the dirt away not from a stone but from a single stubborn cluster of violets that had survived the tilling and the sod, hidden in the deepest shadow of the tree's roots. They were a deep, defiant purple. She picked one, its stem snapping with a quiet pop, and brought it to her mother. The mother, who had never liked the gloom of the original garden, looked at the small, perfect flower in her daughter's grubby hand. For a reason she could not name, she felt a sudden, sharp pang of something like regret. She found a little juice glass, filled it with water, and put the violet on the kitchen windowsill. It lasted only a day before wilting, but in that day it held a quiet, profound beauty that the bright lawn outside never quite achieved. The mother never mentioned the flower to her husband. She never tried to find more violets or replant them. But sometimes, on quiet afternoons, she would look out at the swing set in the tidy lawn, and her eyes would drift to that one dark spot under the maple tree. She didn't know what she was looking for, only that she felt the absence of it. The story was over, and the garden was new, and the world, for better or worse, had moved on without a single ticking clue. The sanitation truck came on its usual schedule, its mechanical arm lifting the black bag and its contents into the compactor. The watch, nestled among uprooted plants and clods of dirt, was subjected to a final, crushing pressure. The cracked crystal splintered into dust, the tarnished case bent into an unrecognizable shape, and the delicate, frozen gears within were flattened into a single, silent mass. It was buried that same day in the landfill on the city's edge, layered under tons of other discarded things. There, in the dark and the silence, its long journey of timekeeping truly ended. At the house, the new lawn established itself, its roots knitting together to form a perfect green carpet. The little girl played on her swing set, and the maple tree provided shade for family barbecues. The mother's strange moment of melancholy passed, replaced by the busy joy of raising a child. The past was not just buried, it was composted, broken down into its constituent parts. Yet the land itself had a longer memory. The following spring, a few more violets emerged under the maple, a little further from the trunk this time. They were a subtle, persistent correction to the imposed order, a quiet argument in purple and green. No one noticed them except the family cat, who would sometimes nap there, soothed by a coolness that the lawn could not provide. The story was gone, but the ground remembered the pattern, and in its own slow time was beginning to whisper it again. The cat was a practical creature, uninterested in secrets or stories. It only knew that the spot under the tree was cool and soft, and that the small purple flowers were pleasant to brush against. Its purr was a low, contented vibration in the earth, a different kind of rhythm than a watch's tick, but a rhythm nonetheless. The little girl, now 7, noticed the cat's favorite napping place and decided it was a perfect spot for a fairy house. She built a small structure of twigs and leaves, carefully arranging it so as not to disturb the violets. She would leave bottle cap offerings of rainwater and tell the fairies about her day at school. Her mother watched from the window, a small smile on her face. She had never again felt that strange pang of loss, but she had developed a fondness for that one untamed corner. She saw the fairy house not as a mess, but as a sign of her daughter's imagination. It was, in its own way, another layer of the garden's history, a new story being written gently over the old, like a palimpsest where the original text had faded to near invisibility, but its impression still guided the hand that wrote anew. The years turned, and the fairy house eventually collapsed, its twigs returning to the soil. The girl grew into a teenager, and the swing set was taken down, its plastic faded and brittle. The maple tree, however, grew stronger, its branches spreading wider. The violets, unchallenged now, slowly reclaimed their territory, creeping out from the shadow of the tree in a slow, purple tide. By the time the girl left for college, the lawn was more violet than grass, a fact her father, older and less concerned with order, had come to accept with a shrug. The house was quiet again. The parents, now empty nesters, often sat on the patio in the evenings. The man would look at the sea of violets and shake his head with a faint, bemused smile. "I fought a losing battle, didn't I?" he'd say. His wife would just nod, sipping her tea. She had grown to love the flowers, their resilience, their quiet beauty. She no longer felt the absence of something, but rather a presence, a deep and abiding calm that settled over the property as the sun went down. One evening, a historian from the local historical society knocked on their door. He was compiling a book of photographs then and now of the neighborhood. He had an old picture from the city archives, a black and white shot of the house from nearly a century ago. In the foreground, sitting on a bench that was long gone, was a man in a dark suit, his face turned away from the camera, looking toward a garden that was, even then, a lush carpet of violets. The historian wondered if he could take a contemporary photo from the same angle. The wife agreed. She led him to the spot, which was now in the middle of the violet patch. The historian set up his tripod, and as he looked through the viewfinder, aligning the old gable of the house with its modern counterpart, he felt a strange sense of continuity. The man in the suit was gone, the bench was gone, but the flowers were the same. He took the picture. When the book was published, the two photographs sat side by side. The caption read only, "A study in permanence and change." No one who saw it knew the story of the detective, or the locket, or the watch. They saw only a beautiful garden that had endured, and in a way that was the whole truth. The specific facts had been lost, but the essence remained, distilled into the color purple and the quiet strength of roots. The secret was no longer a burden to be carried, but a gift the land gave freely to anyone who paused long enough to notice its deep, abiding peace.
Story 4.
The dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, a slow, silent waltz above the forgotten thing in the corner. It was a small, leather-bound notebook, the color of dried blood, tucked between a filing cabinet and the wall in Kyler S. office. Jeffrey saw it as he stood over the chalk outline that was all that remained of his friend. The police had been thorough, or so they thought. They had taken the computer, the notepad from the desk, the contents of the wastebasket, but they had missed this. It had been kicked or had fallen into that dusty crevice, and now it waited. Jeffrey did not pick it up immediately. He just looked at it, this quiet anomaly in the violent geometry of the scene. The air still smelled faintly of cordite, and beneath it, the coppery tang of old blood. This was the first secret, the first whisper from the grave. Kyler had been a researcher, a finder of lost things for people who preferred their histories to stay buried. He was good at it, which was why he was dead. The official report, the one the board detective with the tired eyes had given Jeffrey, called it a burglary gone wrong. Nothing taken, they said, a struggle. Jeffrey knew better. Kyler S. apartment had been tossed with a professional S. frantic energy, drawers upended, cushions slit, but the forced entry was a sham, too clean, too precise. This was a search. A hunt, and the notebook in the corner was the quarry they had missed. Later, in the tomb-like silence of his own office, the rain just starting to streak the grimy window, Jeffrey opened it. The pages were filled with Kyler S. tight, anxious script. It was a ledger of obsession. References to something called the Luzhin fragment, scattered notes on Baltic mythology, on a lost school of iconography, on the looting of private collections during the Soviet collapse, and a name circled again and again, Corey. Then, tucked into the back flap, a single, brittle photograph of a small, dark-haired woman standing on a pier, her face turned away from the camera, the wind pulling at her hair. On the reverse, in a different ink, was written, Jean. She found him 2 days later. She came into his office with the rain still glittering on her trench coat, a vision of composed distress. Her eyes were the color of a twilight sea, and they held a vulnerability so perfect it felt like a weapon. She said her name was Jean, that she was a friend of Kyler S., that she was scared. She spoke in a low, melodic voice that seemed to weave a spell in the close, dim room. She told him Kyler had been helping her with a family matter, something to do with an heirloom her grandfather had lost during the war. A small artifact, she said, of sentimental value only, the Luzhin fragment. She claimed she didn't know what it was, only that it was important to her family's history. She was a good liar. The best lies are always threaded with truth, and her performance was flawless, a symphony of slight tremors in her hands, of hesitations that felt genuinely fearful. Jeffrey played the part of the cynical but swayable detective, letting her believe she had him. He watched the way her eyes flickered around the room, never quite settling, cataloging, assessing. She was a hunter, too. The hunt led him to Corey. His gallery was a white cube in a part of the city that had been scrubbed clean of its past, a temple of sterile avarice. The air was cool and smelled of lemon polish and money. Corey himself was a man of curated elegance, his movements fluid, his voice a soft, insinuating murmur. He did not deny knowing Kyler. He spoke of him with a collector-esque regret, a sigh for a rare piece that had been broken. He admitted to an interest in the Lusian fragment, calling it a minor piece of folk art, a curiosity. His greed was a quieter, colder thing than Jean's desperate avarice, but it was just as deep. He offered Jeffrey money, a retainer, to find the fragment and bring it to him. It was a test, a probe. Jeffrey declined, and in the polished surface of Corey's desk, he saw the reflection of the man's smile tighten, a crack in the porcelain. Then Benjamin arrived. He came at night, a sudden violent punctuation to the slow, creeping sentence of the investigation. He was a man of pure function, all hard angles and silent threat. He did not speak much. He used his fists, a sap, the cold, hard muzzle of a gun pressed against Jeffrey's temple. He wanted the notebook. He smelled of stale cigarettes and cold pavement. He was the armed question to which Jean and Corey were the whispered, complicated answers. Jeffrey fought him off in the rain-slicked alley behind his building, a brutal, clumsy ballet that left him with cracked ribs and the taste of his own blood in his mouth. It was Benjamin who confirmed the value of the thing, the sheer, dangerous weight of it. This was no sentimental heirloom. This was something for which men were willing to kill and kill again. The city itself became a character in the chase, a vast, indifferent accomplice. Jeffrey moved through its canyons of steel and glass, through the damp, neon-stained streets where the gutters steamed. He felt the eyes on him, real or imagined. The police, in the form of the tired detective, would occasionally reappear, a warning beacon. They knew he was involved, they knew he was holding back, but they were chasing phantoms, their procedure no match for the shadowy rules of this game. He was alone, a single note of dissonance in the city's hum. He used the notebook, the forgotten detail, as his map. He followed Kyler's ghost through library archives and into the hushed, carpeted halls of auction houses. He found the trail led back to a looted estate in Riga, to a Nazi officer with a penchant for the occult, to a whisper of an object that was not just art, but a key. A key to what the notes were maddeningly unclear. A fortune, a secret, a form of power. The ambiguity was the point. The desire for the undefined thing was the engine that drove them all. He tracked Jean to a borrowed apartment overlooking the river. He found her not as the frightened woman from his office, but as a creature of focused, ruthless intent. She was packing a single bag, her movements efficient, her face a mask of cool determination. The Lusian fragment, she told him, her voice stripped of its earlier melody, was a ledger, not of accounts, but of souls. A piece of a larger work, a map painted by a mad monk that supposedly charted the hidden loyalties and betrayals of a network that had shaped the century's darkest hours. It was a piece of history that could topple fortunes, rewrite legacies. It was blackmail on a mythological scale. She had it. She showed him a small, flat case of worn leather. She was cutting him in, she said. They could disappear together, sell it, live. Her eyes were no longer those of a victim, but of a partner in crime, and the offer was as seductive as it was poisonous. It was a trap, of course. The door splintered open and Benjamin was there, a hulking silhouette with a gun. And behind him, Corey, his cultivated calm finally shattered, his eyes burning with a raw, acquisitive fire. The small, elegant room became a stage for the final act. Accusations flew like shrapnel. Jean had double-crossed Corey. Corey had used Benjamin to pressure Kyler. Kyler had tried to play them all against each other. Jameson, a pale, nervous young man Jeffrey hadn't even noticed, stood by the door, a gun shaking in his hand. He was Corey's nephew, his leash-holder, his failed attempt at an heir. He was in over his head, and his fear was a volatile, dangerous thing. Confrontation was not a shootout. It was uglier, more intimate. It was a struggle in a gilded cage. Benjamin went for Jean for the case. Corey screamed, a raw, unintelligible sound of loss. Jameson, panicking, fired his gun. The report was deafening in the confined space. Benjamin grunted, stumbled, his own weapon firing into the floorboards. In the chaos, Jeffrey moved. He wasn't fighting for the fragment. He was fighting for the truth of Kyler's death, for a line through the moral quicksand. He tackled Corey, sending the older man crashing into a glass table. He saw Jean, the leather case in her hand, make for the door. Jameson swung his gun toward her, his face a mess of terror and confusion. Jeffrey shouted, a warning that was too late. Another shot. Jean fell, not with a dramatic cry, but with a soft, surprised sigh, a red flower blooming on the front of her white blouse. The case skittered from her grasp. And then silence, a thick, heavy silence broken only by the ragged breathing of the wounded and the dying. Benjamin was on the floor, clutching his side. Jean's twilight eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, seeing nothing. Corey was weeping softly amidst the shattered glass. Jameson stood frozen, the gun smoking in his hand, a boy who had just become a murderer. The police would come, sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. The tired detective would find this tableau of greed and its consequences. He would find bodies, a weapon, a story he could finally write a report about. Jeffrey stood amidst the wreckage. He looked at Jean, at Corey, at the fabled leather case lying on the expensive rug. He did not pick it up. He had seen what it contained when it fell from her hand. It was not a painted fragment, not a legendary ledger of souls. It was a sheaf of blank, high-quality paper, carefully aged, a prop, a fake, Kyler's final, brilliant deception. He had manufactured a ghost, a thing of immense imagined value, and had let the greed of others do the rest. He had been playing a game so deep that even his own death might have been a part of the strategy, a way to vanish from a life that had become too dangerous. The object of immeasurable value was worth exactly nothing. It was a mirror, and in it, everyone had seen their own desperate reflection. He walked out of the apartment, down the fire escape, into the cool, indifferent night. The city absorbed him. He was just another shadow. He had no answers, no resolution, no prize. He had only the memory of a dusty notebook in a corner, the first and last true clue. He thought of Kyler, of the clever, doomed man who had set this entire machine of avarice in motion for a reason Jeffrey knew he would never truly understand. Weeks later, a plain package with no return address arrived at his office. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a small, flat stone. It was smooth and dark, and on its surface, someone had long ago, with immense patience, inscribed a single, looping, incomprehensible symbol. It meant nothing to him. It was just a rock. He placed it on his desk where it sat, a silent, enigmatic clue to a mystery that had no end. The rock sat on his desk for a month. He would look at it sometimes, turning it over in his hands, feeling the cool, smooth weight of it. It was a paperweight for the case files that were not about Kyler, for the clients who asked no questions about the fading bruises on his face. The detective called once, his voice a dry rustle over the phone. He said the case was closed. Corey was singing, trading what he knew for a reduced sentence. Benjamin would live, but he would not talk. Jameson was in a psychiatric facility. The official story was a dispute over a fraudulent artifact. It was neat. It was tidy. It was a lie that everyone could live with. Jeffrey knew he should let it go. The rock was a message, a final whisper, but a whisper was not an answer. The symbol meant nothing he could decipher, but its existence was a fact. Kyler had not created a deception out of thin air. He had built his phantom around a kernel of something real. The Lusian fragment was a fiction, but the desire for it was not. The rock was proof that Kyler had found something he deemed significant enough to send as a final, cryptic postscript. He started with the symbol. He showed a photograph of it to a university linguist, a historian of symbology, even a curator at the Natural History Museum who specialized in prehistoric artifacts. The answers were a study in academic frustration. It was possibly a mason's mark, perhaps a family sigil, likely a personal creation. It was not, they assured him, from any known Baltic mythological tradition. It was a dead end. Kyler had been too clever. He had not left a map. He had left a riddle with no solution. The break came from an unexpected direction. He was cleaning out a drawer, a task he had been avoiding, and he found the photograph that had been in the notebook. Jean on the pier, her face turned away. He had kept it, a morbid souvenir. He was about to throw it away when the light caught the edge of the paper. He turned it over. Jean. The handwriting was Kyler's, but the ink was different from the notebooks, a fresher, darker blue. He held it next to the rock. The connection was not in the symbol, but in the act. Kyler had been a researcher, a finder of lost things. His method was connections, networks, the hidden threads between people and objects. The rock was an object, Jean was a person. The notebook was the bridge. He went back to the notebook, to the early pages he had skimmed over in his search for the fragment. He read them again, slowly. The notes were not just about the fragment's myth. They were about its provenance, the path it was supposed to have taken. A name appeared, buried in a list of looted items from a Riga estate, Alfred Weiss. Jeffrey spent 3 days in the public records, chasing a ghost. Alfred Weiss had been a minor functionary, a man who had vanished in the chaos of 1944. He had no living relatives, no estate, no paper trail. He was a blank, but the name was a hook. He cross-referenced it with the city directories from that era. Alfred Weiss, a clerk, had lived at a specific address. The building was gone, replaced by a post-war concrete block, another dead end. On a whim, a hunch born of exhaustion and obsession, he looked up the current residents of that new address. It was a list of names. One of them was a woman in her 90s. Her name was Ilse Weiss, a sister, a thread. Her apartment smelled of boiled cabbage and old books. She was tiny, bird-like, with eyes that had seen a century of history pass by her window. She was wary at first, but he did not mention Kyler. He said he was a historian, researching the old families of the neighborhood. When he said the name Alfred, her face softened with a grief that was 3/4 of a century old. She told him about her brother, the quiet man who loved rocks. He was a geologist, not a clerk. He had a collection. He would go on walking trips, coming back with his pockets full of stones. When the war came, he was conscripted, not as a soldier, but for his knowledge. He was attached to a special unit, one that sourced materials, that mapped territories. He never came back. All she had of him was a single box, sent to her before he disappeared. She brought it out. It was a small wooden crate filled with stones. Each one was labeled in a precise, faded script. She let him look. He went through them one by one, the mundane treasures of a lost man. Then at the very bottom, wrapped in a scrap of oilcloth, he found it. Another dark, smooth stone. On it was carved the same looping, incomprehensible symbol. He asked her what it meant. She shook her head. She did not know. Alfred was a quiet man, she said. He kept his secrets. But he had a friend, another man from his unit, a man who survived. His name was Klaus Fischer. He had visited her once long ago to pay his respects. He had asked about the rocks. He seemed especially interested in that one. He said it was a shame, a great shame, that it was lost. Jeffrey left the apartment, the weight of the new rock heavy in his coat pocket. Klaus Fischer. The name was in the notebook, a single, unchecked notation on the last page. Kyler had found the sister. He had found the rock, and he had been looking for Klaus Fischer. The trail was not cold, it had just changed direction. The Luzhin fragment was a lie, but the symbol was real. It was a marker. A signpost left by a geologist in a war, pointing to something that 2 men decades apart had thought was worth dying for. He stood on the street, the modern city buzzing around him, and he felt the past reaching out, its cold, stony finger tapping him on the shoulder. The game was not over. It had just reset, and he was now the only player left on the board. He found Klaus Fischer in a nursing home on the city's quiet, tree-lined outskirts. The man was a husk propped up in a bed, his skin translucent over a network of brittle bones. His eyes, however, were sharp, a pale, watery blue that held a startling clarity. He looked at Jeffrey not with confusion, but with a weary recognition, as if he had been expecting a visitor from the past for a very long time. Jeffrey did not need to explain much. He simply placed the 2 stones on the bedside table. The old man's gaze fell upon them, and a long, slow breath escaped his lips. He did not touch them, he just stared. "So he sent you," Fischer said, his voice a dry whisper. "The clever one, Kyler." "Yes, dead," Jeffrey said. Fischer nodded slowly, as if this was an expected, if regrettable, outcome. He was close. He understood the shape of it, if not the substance. He knew it was not about art. "What is it?" Jeffrey asked. "What is the symbol?" "It is not a symbol," Fisher replied. "It is a location, a signature in stone. Alfred, he was a poet of the earth. He thought in layers and compositions. The war made cartographers of us all, but he drew his maps in a language only the land could understand." He told a story then in fragments, between pauses for breath, of a special unit tasked not with looting art but with securing resources, with mapping geological anomalies for the war machine. They had been in the Baltic region, in a place of deep forests and forgotten marshes. Alfred Weiss had been obsessed with a particular glacial deposit, a place where the ice had left behind a unique concentration of minerals. He had taken samples. He had carved his mark. "He found something there, didn't he?" Jeffrey pressed. "Something more than minerals." Fisher's eyes drifted to the window. Not something he found, something he confirmed, a truth. The land there, it has a memory. The locals knew. They had stories, of voices in the rock, of loyalties shifting like sand. Alfred believed it. He was a scientist, but he was also a romantic. He thought he could prove it. He thought the composition of the stone, its unique magnetic or radioactive properties, could act as a catalyst, an amplifier for human nature. He called it a ledger of souls because he believed the very earth there recorded them. It was a scientific myth, a folktale dressed in geology. The Lusian fragment was never a painted icon. It was Alfred's name for his research, for his theory, a fragment of understanding. Kyler must have found his notes, seen the potential, and built his beautiful, dangerous lie upon it. He created a treasure everyone would believe in because they wanted to believe in a power that could explain their own greed. "And the rocks?" Jeffrey asked, pointing to the two identical stones. "Keys," Fisher whispered, "to the place, the deposit. Alfred left them as markers, one for me, one for his sister. He said if anything happened we should forget. We should let the earth keep its secret. It is not a power for men to hold. It is a mirror, like your Kyler understood. It shows you only what you bring to it." Fisher closed his eyes, the effort of speech exhausting him. The audience was over. Jeffrey picked up the two stones. They felt different now, not like clues but like warnings. He drove north for 2 days, following the coordinates he pieced together from Fisher's vague directions and the cross-reference notes in Kyler's book. The city fell away, replaced by pine forests and flat, gray skies. He found the place on the 3rd day, a nondescript patch of land near a slow-moving river, marked by a stand of ancient, twisted birch trees. There was no hidden vault, no ancient ruin, just earth and rock. He walked the perimeter, the two stones heavy in his pocket. He felt nothing. No voices, no shift in his soul, no sudden clarity. It was just a place, a quiet, lonely piece of the world. He understood then that both Alfred and Kyler had been right in their own ways. The value was never in the thing itself, but in the belief in the thing. This land, this fragment of the earth, had caused a geologist to dream, a con man to build a masterpiece of deception, and several people to die. Its power was entirely imaginary and therefore limitless. He took the two stones from his pocket. He held them for a long moment, feeling their smooth, cool surfaces. Then he drew back his arm and threw them, one after the other, far out into the center of the slow, dark river. They vanished with a soft plunk, leaving no ripple on the water's surface. The ledger was closed. The map was erased. He turned and walked back to his car, leaving the silence of the place to settle back over the trees and the stones and the earth, keeping it secret, waiting for the next dreamer to find a reason to look. The drive back was a long unraveling of the tension that had coiled inside him for months. The case, the chase, the violence, it all seemed to belong to another man's life, a story he had read once and was now closing the book on. He stopped at a roadside diner somewhere in the middle of nowhere, the coffee tasting of scorched metal and the eggs sitting like yellow paste on the plate. He watched the other patrons, ordinary people with ordinary worries, and felt a profound and unsettling distance from them. He had looked into the abyss of a grand, fabricated truth, and had come back with nothing but the chill of its emptiness. Weeks bled into months. The rock on his desk was gone, and with it, the last physical tether to Kyler's labyrinth. He took on new cases, the mundane kind, a runaway teenager, a series of petty corporate espionage incidents, a suspicious insurance claim. He did the work methodically, his mind a clean, sharp tool again. He did not dream of Jeanette's surprised sigh or the mad fire in Corey's eyes. He had told himself the story was over. Then on a rainy Tuesday, a manila envelope arrived with his morning mail. It was addressed by hand, the script a neat, anonymous block print. There was no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was a photocopy of a page from a ledger, the script in a language he thought might be Latvian. The numbers were dates, sums of money, and initials, but it was the heading at the top of the page that stopped his breath. It was handwritten in a familiar, elegant cursive he knew from the notebook, Luzhin accounts. His first instinct was to burn it, to take the lighter from his desk drawer and watch this last ghost of Kyler's game turn to ash. It was a fake, it had to be. Another layer of the deception sent to pull him back in. The fragment was a myth, a prop. This was just more stage dressing. But he didn't burn it. He laid it flat on his desk and stared at it. The paper was old, genuinely old. The ink was faded in a way that was difficult to replicate. He thought of Fisher's words, "It is a mirror." Kyler had built his lie around a kernel of truth. Alfred Weiss's geological folktale was the kernel. But what if the kernel was larger than he thought? What if Kyler hadn't just invented the Luzhin fragment out of whole cloth? What if he had discovered a real, historical conspiracy, a network of financial betrayals and hidden loyalties, and had used its name, its terrifying reputation, to cloak his own geological fiction? The real Luzhin accounts would be a historical goldmine, a dry list of transactions that could topple legacies, the perfect skeleton for his mythical beast. He spent the afternoon in the library's historical archives, a place he hadn't visited since the beginning of it all. He looked for any mention of a Luzhin, any financial records from the Baltic states during the war. He found nothing. It was as he expected, a dead end. That night the phone rang. He picked it up, but there was only silence on the line, followed by the soft, deliberate sound of someone hanging up. He stood in the dark of his office, the hum of the city, a distant vibration through the window. He looked at the photocopied page on his desk. It was just a piece of paper, a blank in its own way, but it was also an invitation, a challenge. He thought of Kyler, the architect of all this chaos, and wondered if this was his final, posthumous laugh. The game was designed to never truly end. It was designed to find the one player who couldn't let go, the one who needed to see the final card turned over. He knew then that he would not go to the police. He would not throw the page away. He would file it somewhere safe, and he would wait, because the package was not a conclusion, it was a semicolon. The story was not over, it had simply been waiting for him to decide if he was still a part of it. The city outside his window was no longer just a city. It was a grid of hidden connections, of secrets buried in plain sight. And he was now the keeper of the emptiest secret of them all, a secret that people were still, apparently, willing to kill for. The silence in his office was no longer peaceful. It was the silence of a held breath, waiting for the next move to be made. He did not file the page away. He left it on the desk, a pale rectangle under the lamplight, and every time he walked into the office it was the first thing he saw. It was a seed of doubt, and it had found fertile ground. He told himself he was being paranoid, that the phone call was a wrong number, the envelope a final piece of junk mail from a closed case. But the coincidence was too perfect, the timing too precise. Someone knew he had been the one to walk away from the river. Someone knew he had carried the story with him. The cases he worked now felt like shadows of the real work, the hidden work that was still going on somewhere in the city's underbelly. He started seeing patterns where there were none, connections in the mundane details of a cheating spouse or a stolen laptop. He was looking for the ghost of Kyler's design in everything. The man's genius was a poison, and it had seeped into him. A week after the envelope arrived, he was tailing a subject for an insurance fraud case. The man was predictable, heading from his office to a bar on the south side. Jeffrey sat in his car, the engine off, watching the rain streak the windshield. His subject was inside, having a drink with a woman who was not his wife. It was simple, almost boring. Then he saw him, a man in a dark coat, standing under an awning across the street. He wasn't looking at the bar. He was looking directly at Jeffrey's car. It was the same feeling he had in the forest, the prickle on the back of his neck that screamed he was not the hunter, but the hunted. The man's face was obscured by the shadows and the rain, but his posture was relaxed, patient. He had been waiting. Jeffrey's hand went to the ignition key, but he didn't turn it. Starting the car would be an admission, a flight response. He forced himself to sit still, to meet the man's gaze through the blurred glass. After a full minute, the man gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Then he turned, his coat flapping in the wet wind, and walked away, disappearing down a side alley. Jeffrey's heart was a hammer against his ribs. He had to make a choice. He could follow the insurance case, finish the job he was paid to do, and go home to the quiet, empty apartment. Or he could get out of the car and walk into that alley. He got out of the car. The rain was cold on his face, a shock that cleared his head. He crossed the street, his shoes splashing in the gutters. The alley was narrow, cluttered with overflowing dumpsters and the ghosts of old fires. It was empty. At the far end, a metal door swung shut with a soft, final click. He ran to it, but it was locked, a solid, unmarked door in a brick wall. He pressed his ear against the cold, wet metal and heard nothing but the drumming of the rain. He was not imagining it. The envelope, the phone call, the man in the alley. He was being tested. He was being drawn back in. Kyler was dead, but the system he had built, the network of lies and believers, had a life of its own. It had detected a new variable, him. He was no longer just a player on the board. He was a piece that had moved unexpectedly, and the game was adjusting itself around him. He walked back to his car, the case for the insurance company completely forgotten. There was only one case that mattered now, and it was the one he had tried to leave at the river's edge. It had followed him home. He spent the next day in a state of heightened alert, every reflection in a window a potential observer, every pedestrian a possible threat. The city had transformed from a backdrop into a stage, and he was no longer sure of his role. He considered his options. He could go to the police, but with what? A feeling, a photocopy of a document he couldn't read. They would file it away, and he would be left exposed. He could run, but that felt like a forfeit, an admission that he had something to hide. The only path that felt right, the only one that aligned with the man he had become, was to push forward, to become the hunter again. Started with the envelope. He took it to a specialist, a frail, elderly man named Petrov who ran a cramped shop that dealt in rare stamps and documents. Petrov's hands, gnarled with arthritis, handled the photocopy with surprising gentleness. He adjusted his thick glasses and studied the script. Latvian, he confirmed, from the war period, a financial ledger as suspected, but his finger paused under the heading. Luzhin, he murmured, a name from the old stories, not a person, a syndicate. They were facilitators. They moved money, art, people. They were ghosts. Jeffrey felt a cold thrill, so Kyler hadn't invented the name. He had stolen it, draped his geological fantasy over the bones of a real, historical phantom. The real Luzhin was a criminal enterprise. Kyler's fragment was a fairy tale, but the two were now irrevocably fused in the minds of those who believed. Who would know about them today? Jeffrey asked. Petrov shrugged, his eyes old and sad. Anyone with a long memory and a reason to dig, or someone who inherited the business. The past is never really dead, it just changes its address. That phrase echoed in Jeffrey's mind as he left the shop. It just changes its address. He thought of the man in the alley. He hadn't been a ghost. He was real, professional. He was security for something, for someone. He went back to the beginning. He pulled out every scrap of notes he had on Kyler, on Corey, on the whole sordid affair. He looked for the loose threads he had ignored, the minor characters he had dismissed. There was one, a lawyer. A sleek corporate attorney named Edlund who had represented the gallery that was initially supposed to auction the fragment. He had been interviewed and cleared, a man who knew nothing, a cog in a machine he didn't understand. But he was also a man who dealt with wealthy, secretive clients. Jeffrey waited outside Edlund's office building, a glass tower that speared the evening sky. He watched the lawyer leave, a tall, assured man in an expensive coat, heading for a parking garage. Jeffrey followed on foot, keeping his distance. He expected Edlund to get into a sleek German car. Instead, the lawyer walked past the rows of vehicles and towards a service elevator at the back of the garage. He pressed a button, the doors opened, and he stepped inside. Just before the doors closed, a second man joined him. It was the man from the alley. Jeffrey didn't follow them into the elevator. He stood in the dim, oily air of the garage, the sound of the descending car a dull hum in the silence. He had his confirmation. The game wasn't over because the real game, the one Kyler had piggybacked onto, was still being played. The Lusian accounts were real, and someone, perhaps Edlund or the people he represented, was protecting them. They had seen Kyler's fiction as a threat, a beacon that could draw unwanted attention to their very real, very quiet operations. And now they saw Jeffrey the same way. He walked out of the garage and into the cool night air. He wasn't afraid anymore. The uncertainty was gone. He had a new subject, a new case. The fragment was a lie, but the Lusian was a living, breathing entity, and it had just looked him in the eye. He knew what he had to do. He had to learn its new address. He started with Edlund's client list, a task that required a different kind of digging than he was used to. It wasn't about following a person, but a trail of digital breadcrumbs and shell corporations. He used old contacts, called in favors from a time in his life he'd rather forget, and slowly a picture began to form. Edlund didn't just represent a gallery. He was a fixer for a particular class of old European money with tangled roots in the former Eastern Bloc. His clients were the kind of people who valued discretion above all else, the kind who would pay a fortune to keep their family's wartime collaborations buried. The man from the alley was a problem. He was a professional, and professionals have patterns, resources, and employers. Jeffrey couldn't find a name, a license plate, or a face in any database. He was a ghost, but ghosts need to eat, sleep, and get paid. He focused on the garage. He spent nights there watching the service elevator. It didn't go to the office floors. It went down to a sub-level that wasn't on any public building plan, a private club, a vault, a meeting place. He finally saw his chance when a delivery van arrived, carrying linen and gourmet food. He blended in with the staff, his demeanor shifting to one of bored efficiency, and carried a crate of wine through the service entrance. The elevator descended, opening not into a dusty basement, but into a quiet, carpeted anteroom. A man in a dark suit stood by a single, polished door. He wasn't the man from the alley, but he had the same stillness. Jeffrey deposited the crate where he was directed and left, his heart thudding, but his face a mask of indifference. He had seen the logo on the napkins being unpacked, a stylized L and V intertwined. LV Latvian Ventures, it was too obvious. He spent the next day in the business registry. Latvian Ventures was a holding company with a single listed asset, a defunct import-export firm that had been dissolved in the 1990s. It was a shell, but it was a shell with a history. The registered agent was a law firm, Edlund's firm. He was close, he could feel it. The pieces were aligning into a structure far more solid and dangerous than Kyler's artistic fiction. This was about money, power, and history. The fragment had been a beautiful distraction, a shimmering lure. The real beast was this quiet, enduring entity that had survived wars and regimes, and it knew he was sniffing at its heels. The second package arrived at his apartment. This one was smaller, a narrow cardboard tube. Inside, no note, just a single rolled-up architectural blueprint. It was the floor plan for the sub-level of the glass tower. Someone on the inside was helping him or leading him into a trap. The blueprint was marked with a single, small X in a room adjacent to the anteroom he had seen. A study, a private office. He knew what he was being told to do. It was an invitation to a break-in, a blatant illegal act. It was the point of no return. If he did this, he was no longer an investigator on the periphery. He was a direct antagonist. He rolled the blueprint back into its tube. The choice was an illusion. He had been on this path since he threw the stones into the river. He had chosen to see the story through, and now the story was demanding a different kind of protagonist. He wasn't just looking for answers anymore. He was walking into the lion's den to steal a bone from its jaw. He started to plan. The planning was a calm, methodical process. He wasn't rushing. He treated it like any other case, gathering intelligence, assessing risks, establishing timelines. He noted the shift changes of the building's security, the delivery schedules, the blind spots in the camera coverage he could observe from the street. The blueprint became his Bible, its lines and dimensions etched into his mind. The marked room was his objective. He didn't know what he would find there, only that he was meant to find something. He chose a night when the city was distracted, a Friday when a major concert would flood the downtown streets with noise and crowds. He dressed in dark, nondescript clothing, his tools minimal, locked picks, a slim flashlight, a camera. He felt a strange sense of detachment, as if he were watching himself from a distance. This was the man Kyler's game had forged, a man who would break into a secure facility based on a hint from a phantom. He entered through a maintenance access point 2 blocks over, a tunnel system that connected the basements of several older buildings. It was a forgotten space, damp and smelling of earth and rust. The blueprint had shown a connection, a theoretical link to the newer tower's sublevel through a disused electrical conduit access. He found it, a rusted metal door that should have been sealed but had recently been pried open, the fresh scratches on the lock a clear sign. His anonymous helper had been busy. The other side of the door was a different world. The rough concrete gave way to the clean, climate-controlled silence of the hidden floor. He stood still, listening. The hum of a server bank, the faint whisper of air conditioning, no voices. He moved, a shadow against the wall, following the memorized path to the anteroom. The polished door was there, and the guard was at his post. Jeffrey waited, pressed into an alcove for what felt like an hour. Finally, the guard's earpiece crackled with a low command. He nodded and walked away down the corridor, leaving his post unattended. Another arranged coincidence. He didn't hesitate. He was at the door, his picks in hand. The lock was sophisticated, but he had practiced on its equivalent. It yielded with a soft, satisfying click. He slipped inside, closing the door behind him. The room was not an office. It was a library. Floor-to-ceiling shelves held leather-bound ledgers and archival boxes. A single reading desk stood in the center, illuminated by a solitary green-shaded lamp. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and polish. This was the archive, the real one. He went straight to the section indicated on the blueprint. The ledgers were labeled with dates and codes. He found the one matching the period of his photocopy. His hands were steady as he lifted the heavy volume and laid it on the desk. He opened it. The pages were filled with the same neat, faded script, the same lists of dates, sums, and initials. It was real, all of it. The Luzhin accounts were not a myth. They were a library of secrets. He took out his camera and began to photograph the pages, one after another. The quiet click of the shutter was the only sound. He was so focused on the work, on the systematic documentation of this monumental truth, that he didn't hear the door open. "Finding what you're looking for, Mr. Ahrens." The voice was calm, cultured. It was Edlund. Jeffrey turned slowly. The lawyer stood in the doorway, not angry, but with an expression of weary resignation. Behind him stood the man from the alley, his face now clear in the lamplight, hard and impassive. Jeffrey said nothing. He lowered the camera. "We knew you would come," Edlund continued, stepping into the room. "You have a certain reputation, a tenacity. When Kyler's little fantasy drew your attention, we became concerned. You were an unpredictable variable. We had to see what you would do. The envelope was a test. You passed." "So this was a recruitment?" Jeffrey asked, his voice flat. "An assessment," Edlund corrected. "We don't recruit, we contain, or we eliminate. Kyler was a problem. He stumbled upon our name, our history, and thought it would make a good story. He had to be stopped. You are a different kind of problem. You don't care about the story. You care about the machinery behind it." The man from the alley took a step forward. Jeffrey's muscles tensed, ready for a fight he knew he would probably lose. But Edlund raised a hand. "No, that's not the way." He looked at Jeffrey, his gaze appraising. You have seen the ledger. You know now that we are not a fiction. We are a custodian. We maintain the balance. The secrets in this room have toppled governments. They keep the peace in their own way. By blackmail, Jeffrey said. By management, Edlund replied smoothly. You have a choice now. You can walk out of here. You can take your camera and your newfound knowledge and you can try to expose us. It would be the last thing you ever do, or you can accept the reality of our existence and become a part of the silence. You can go back to your life and we will go back to ours. The game, as you call it, ends, not with a bang, but with a quiet understanding. Jeffrey looked from Edlund's composed face to the ledger on the desk, then to the silent, dangerous man by the door. He thought of the river, the cold water, the sinking stones. This was the true emptiness Kyler had only mimicked. This was the real, grinding machine of hidden history. To fight, it was suicide. To join, it was a kind of death, too. He placed the camera gently on the desk. Edlund gave a slow, approving nod. A wise decision, the only one really. Jeffrey walked towards the door. The man in the alley moved aside just enough to let him pass. He didn't look back. He walked through the anteroom, down the silent corridor, and back into the forgotten tunnel. He emerged into the noisy, vibrant city night, the concert still raging. The music sounded distant and meaningless. He had looked into the heart of the real labyrinth, and he had turned away. He had the answers now, and they were heavier than any rock. He was free to go, but he knew he would never truly leave. He was part of the silence now. He was another one of its keepers. He walked for hours, the city's celebration a garish spectacle that no longer included him. The silence Edlund had offered wasn't a reprieve, it was a cage. He had traded the hammering of his heart for a slow, cold weight in his chest. He was a keeper of a secret he never wanted, a warden of his own irrelevance. The apartment was exactly as he had left it, quiet and empty, but now it felt like a tomb. He sat in the dark, the phantom scent of old paper and polish clinging to his clothes. The next morning he went through the motions. He made coffee. He checked his email. There was a terse message from the insurance company, wondering about his progress on their case. He wrote a brief, professional lie, closed the file, and transferred the retainer back to them. He was done with that life. He was done with all of it. A week passed. The silence was absolute. No more envelopes, no more phone calls, no more men in alleys. He had been assessed and found manageable. He was a contained variable. The thought festered. He spent his days walking, not with purpose, but with a drifting, haunted aimlessness. He found himself outside Petrov's shop. The old man was arranging a display in the window. He looked up, his eyes magnified by his glasses, and for a moment he seemed to see right through Jeffrey's facade of normalcy. Petrov gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod, then turned back to his work. It was not a greeting. It was an acknowledgement. It was the look one ghost gives another. Jeffrey moved on. He was in a supermarket, staring at a wall of cereal boxes without seeing them when he felt it. Not a presence, but an absence. The background hum of the city had shifted. He turned his cart, his movements deliberately slow, and saw a man 2 aisles over examining a can of soup with feigned interest. He was different from the man in the alley. Softer, less defined, but the stillness was the same. They were still watching. The silence was not freedom, it was surveillance. He was not a keeper. He was a prisoner on parole. A cold anger, clean and sharp, cut through the weight in his chest. They thought he had accepted their reality. They thought he was broken, but they had misread him. They had seen his tenacity as a threat to be managed, but they had failed to understand its core. He didn't just follow trails, he finished them. He went home and took the cardboard tube from its hiding place. He unrolled the blueprint again, his eyes not on the marked room, but on the structure around it. The air ducts, the electrical conduits, the load-bearing walls. Edlund had shown him the archive to intimidate him, to prove the scale of their power. But he had also shown him its location, its vulnerabilities. He had given Jeffrey the one thing he should not have, a target. He wouldn't expose them to the world. That was a fool's errand, and the Ledger's secrets were a poison that would spread. He wouldn't try to join them. He would break them, not by revealing their secrets, but by destroying their foundation. Their power was in their records, in that quiet, curated library of sin. Without it, they were just men, dangerous men, but just men. He began to plan again, but this time it was different. There was no fear, no uncertainty. There was only a cold, focused resolve. He wasn't just walking into the lion's den. He was going to burn it down from the inside. He went to a hardware store in a different part of the city and bought what he needed. It wasn't much, just a few simple chemical components. He was no longer the investigator or the pawn or the silent keeper. He was the variable they had failed to contain. He was the fire. He spent the next 3 days in a state of meticulous preparation. He wasn't building a bomb, not in the traditional sense. He was constructing a quiet chemical fire, one that would generate intense heat and consume oxygen, turning the climate-controlled archive into an inferno without the drama of an explosion. It was a librarian's pyre. He assembled the device in his bathroom, small enough to fit into the false bottom of a delivery crate. He knew the routine now. The linen service van came every Tuesday. When Tuesday came, he was ready. He intercepted the van driver with a story about a missed delivery, a confused manager, a cash bonus for his trouble. It was a clumsy, risky gambit, but it worked long enough for him to make the switch in the loading bay. He watched the van drive away, his heart a cold, hard stone in his chest. He didn't go home. He went to a public park with a clear view of the glass tower. He sat on a bench and waited. The hours passed. He felt nothing, not anticipation, not fear. He was a tool being used for a single purpose. It was just after 2 a.m. when he saw the first flicker of orange deep within the building's base, a glow that grew and pulsed against the dark foundations. A moment later, the distant wail of sirens began to pierce the night. He stood up and walked away. He didn't look back. He had done it. The archive, the ledgers, the whole rotten history was burning. He expected to feel a surge of victory, of righteous fury. He felt nothing, just the same cold emptiness. He had become the very thing he sought to destroy, a force of erasure. He walked until dawn, until the city began to stir with its normal, oblivious life. He bought a coffee from a corner cart and drank it standing on the sidewalk. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He didn't answer it. He knew who it was. He went back to his apartment, not to hide, but because he had nowhere else to go. The door was unlocked. He pushed it open. Edlund was sitting in his chair. The lawyer's expensive coat was smudged with soot. He looked old and tired and utterly, terrifyingly calm. "They're gone," Jeffrey said, his voice a dry rasp. "All of them." Edlund looked up. His eyes were red-rimmed from smoke and lack of sleep. "Do you think we were fools? Do you think we kept our only copies in one room? The originals are in a salt mine in Austria. What you burned were the working copies, the useful ones." Jeffrey stood frozen in the doorway. The cold certainty that had sustained him shattered, leaving a void. "You are a fascinating man, Ahrens," Edlund continued, standing up slowly. "You have a unique talent for destruction, but you think like a vandal. You break the window, we think in centuries, we replace the glass." He walked towards Jeffrey, stopping just in front of him. "You have not ended anything. You have simply forced our hand. The game is not over. It has simply changed, and you are no longer a player. You are a lesson." Edlund brushed past him and walked out, leaving the door open. Jeffrey stood there for a long time, staring at the empty chair. He had thrown his stone into the river, and the ripples had finally reached the shore, only to wash up the same old, immutable truth. He had not broken the machine. He had only proven how well it was built. Story 5. The first thing Judah felt was the cold. It was a deep, marrow-chilling cold that seeped through the fine leather of his gloves, a cold that had nothing to do with the evening air. His fingertips traced the intricate filigree of the balcony railing, a solid, polished brass that should have held the day's residual warmth, but instead felt like ice freshly dug from a grave. He let his hand rest there, the metal biting through the kid leather, as he looked out over the city. From this height, Los Angeles was a sprawl of fallen stars, a river of light bleeding into the black Pacific. The silence up here was a physical presence, a muffling blanket broken only by the distant, mournful sigh of a foghorn. It was a silence that cost more than most men earn in a lifetime, purchased and maintained by the man who owned the air he was breathing, the railing he was touching, the very view itself. Ian Croft. He turned from the vista, the scent of night-blooming jasmine and salt air doing little to mask the underlying odor of new money and old fear that permeated the mansion. It was a smell of freshly cut marble, of oiled teak, of something antiseptic and anxious hiding just beneath the perfume. Inside, through the floor-to-ceiling glass, the party was a moving painting, a study in controlled opulence. Silk gowns whispered against tailored tuxedos, crystal glasses chimed like tiny, fragile bells, and laughter was a low, polite hum, a sound with all the sharp edges carefully filed away. Judah adjusted his cufflinks not because they needed adjusting, but for the familiar, solid feel of the cold steel. They were his, not an agency issue, a small anchor in a sea of borrowed luxury. His assignment was Ian Croft, a man who had built an empire on the whisper of gold. Not the metal itself, not anymore, but the idea of it, the spectral promise of it in digital ledgers and complex derivatives. He was a modern Midas, and the world he touched didn't turn to gold, it turned to profit. The official file was thin, a collection of suspicions and circumstantial whispers. Unofficially, the fear was that Croft was engineering something far more catastrophic than market manipulation. He was planning to build a new cage for the world, and he was forging the bars out of pure, unassailable value. Judah moved through the crowd, a ghost in a bespoke suit. He was a student of surfaces, and this one was flawless. The handshakes were firm and dry, the smiles did not reach the eyes, the conversations were a ballet of implication and unspoken power. He felt the weight of gazes, the subtle shift in the atmosphere as he passed. He was the new variable in the equation. Then he saw her, Alexis. She was standing slightly apart near a grand piano that no one was playing, her back to the room as she studied a small, violent Kandinsky on the wall. She was a study in contradictions. Her dress was a simple column of dark emerald silk, but it clung to her with an intimacy that was anything but simple. Her posture was relaxed, yet there was a tension in her shoulders, a coiled energy that suggested she was as much a predator here as anyone. She held a glass of champagne, the bubbles rising in a frantic, desperate stream. He came to stand beside her, not too close. They both looked at the painting, a chaos of sharp lines and furious color. "It's like a scream," she said, her voice low and husky, a sound that seemed to bypass the ears and vibrate directly in the spine. A very expensive, very framed scream. "Some people collect quiet," Judah replied, his eyes still on the canvas. "Others prefer to be reminded of the noise." She turned her head slightly, her gaze a physical touch. Her eyes were the color of a winter sky, clear and distant. "And which do you prefer, mister?" "Judah, just Judah." He finally looked at her. "I find I can hear the quiet better when there's noise to measure it against." A faint, knowing smile touched her lips. It was there and then gone, like a secret passed in a crowd. "Ian says true silence is a commodity, the most valuable one left," he trying to corner the market. Before Judah could respond, the silence he had been observing was broken, not by a sound, but by its cessation. The low hum of conversation died abruptly. Judah turned to see Ian Croft entering the room. He was not a large man, but he carried a gravitational field. He moved with an unhurried grace, his smile a benign, practiced tool. He was dressed in a suit of a soft, charcoal gray that seemed to absorb the light, making him the still, dark center of the glittering room. And always a few paces behind him was Jackson. Jackson was a silhouette given mass. Dressed in a black suit that strained across his shoulders, he had a face that looked like it had been carved from granite with a dull chisel. His eyes were chips of flint, scanning the room not for people, but for threats, for anomalies, for the slightest deviation from the perfect order he was paid to enforce. His presence was a constant, low-grade pressure, a reminder that all this beauty was protected by something utterly brutal. Croft's gaze swept the room and landed on Judah and Alexis. He moved toward them, a shark cutting through placid water. "Alexis, my dear, I see you've found our guest of honor." He took her hand, his touch possessive, his eyes on Judah. "Mr. Judah, I've heard fascinating things. a consultant in high-frequency trading, is it? A rather volatile field. The volatility is where the opportunity lies, Mr. Croft, Judah said, his voice even, a calm lake surface hiding the depths beneath. Ian, please. Croft's smile widened, but it was a transaction, not a gift, and you are absolutely correct. The trick is not to avoid the storm, but to build a boat so strong you can sail right through it. He glanced at the Kandinsky, or to become the storm itself. Alexis, would you be a darling and ensure Mr. Judah's glass is never empty? I must speak with our friends from the Bundesbank. The tides are turning, and one must navigate carefully. He moved away, Jackson a shadow in his wake. The silence he left behind was different, charged. He likes metaphors about the ocean, Alexis said, her voice barely a whisper. He has a yacht he calls the Leviathan. He says it's the only thing big enough to ride out the coming wave. And what wave is that? Judah asked, taking a sip of his champagne. The bubbles were sharp and fleeting on his tongue. She looked at him, and for a moment the polished veneer cracked, and he saw a flicker of something raw and terrified, the one that washes everything else away. The next week was a delicate dance. Judah played his part, the brilliant, slightly amoral quant who saw the world as a series of solvable equations. He was given access to Croft's outer offices, to sanitized data streams and smiling, evasive aides. He attended meetings in rooms with soundproofed walls where the air was so still it felt dead. He gathered fragments, sensations, the ghost of the plan. He felt it in the way Croft's international accomplices spoke. They were not the usual brash financiers. They were quiet, pale men from Zurich and Shanghai and Dubai, their handshakes soft, their eyes haunted by a shared, terrible knowledge. They spoke of consolidation and rebaselining asset classes. They used the word gold not as a noun, but as a verb, as a state of being. To gold the system, one of them said, his German accent clipping the words into sharp, precise shapes. He heard it in the muffled sounds from Croft's private study, a room sealed behind a door of polished ebony. Sometimes, late at night, Judah would linger in the hall under the pretext of admiring an Etruscan vase, and he would hear the low, resonant thrum of a dedicated satellite uplink, a sound like a mechanical heartbeat. Once he heard Croft's voice, not its usual measured tone, but sharp, laced with impatience. The vault is not a location, it is a concept. The fidelity must be absolute. And he saw it in Jackson. The bodyguard was a constant, a monument to threat. He never spoke. His communication was a language of slight gestures, a shift in weight, a glance that could freeze blood. Judah felt those eyes on him often, a cold pressure on the back of his neck. He knew Jackson was testing the seams of his cover, looking for a loose thread to pull. His encounters with Alexis became the focal points of his investigation, each one a cryptic exchange in a language they were both inventing. They met in art galleries, at coffee shops in the Palisades, once on the Santa Monica Pier, the cacophony of the carnival, a perfect shield for their quiet words. "He doesn't want to be rich," she said one afternoon, the salt wind whipping her hair across her face as they walked along a deserted stretch of beach. The sand was cold and damp under their feet. "He thinks wealth is a primitive concept, a scorecard for children. He wants to be the board on which the game is played." "What game?" Judah asked, the wind stealing his words. "Only game, control. He calls it the Aurelian Compact, a new gold standard, but not backed by governments, backed by him, by his word. He has been buying up physical gold for years, through shell companies, through wars, through disasters. He has more than any nation. He is going to reveal it all at once and offer to underwrite the global economy. Those who join his compact get stability. Those who don't." She shrugged, a gesture of profound hopelessness. Yell pulled the ladder up behind him. "It's madness. The world would never accept it." "The world is tired, Judah. It is sick of inflation, of debt, of cryptocurrency scams. It is begging for something solid, something real. He is offering a simple, beautiful lie. The lie that he can be trusted, that his gold is safer than their faith." She stopped walking and turned to him, her eyes searching his. The setting sun painted her face in tones of orange and violet. He knows someone is watching him. Yes, paranoid. Yes, setting traps. You should leave. Before Jackson, she didn't finish. She didn't need to. The trap was sprung 2 nights later. Judah was in his rented villa in the Hollywood Hills, a sterile box with $1 million view. He was piecing together the fragments, the whispers, the cold feel of that brass railing. He had transmitted a preliminary report, an outline of the Aurelian Compact, a name that had cost a deep-cover agent in Brussels his life. The response from his handlers had been terse, anxious. They wanted proof, something tangible. A soft click from the living room, a sound no louder than a falling leaf. It was wrong. The Villa's security system was silent. Judah was on his feet instantly, the weight of a compact Sig Sauer familiar in his hand. He moved like smoke, blending with the shadows. He saw a figure, large and impossibly quiet, searching his desk. Jackson. Judah didn't speak, he simply stepped into the room. Jackson turned, his movements economical and fluid. There was no surprise in his eyes, only a flat, professional acknowledgement. He held a small, silver device in his hand, a scanner. He had found what he was looking for. They circled each other in the dark room, the city lights a silent witness below. The only sounds were the whisper of their clothes and the slow, steady rhythm of their breathing. Jackson made the first move, a feint followed by a blow that could shatter bone. Judah flowed around it, the training of a dozen black bag operations taking over. It was not a fight, it was a dissection, a brutal, silent ballet of violence. Judah was faster, more technical, but Jackson was a force of nature, his strength terrifying, his endurance seemingly limitless. They crashed through a glass coffee table, the shards scattering like ice. Judah landed a blow to the kidney, felt the solid, meaty impact. Jackson grunted, grabbed Judah's arm and threw him against the wall. Plaster cracked, Judah's vision swam. He saw Jackson coming for him, a dark avalanche, and he did the only thing he could. He fired the Sig Sauer twice, the reports deafening in the enclosed space. The bullets hit center mass. Jackson stopped, looked down at the dark stains blooming on his black shirt, then back at Judah. He took one more, stumbling step forward, his hand outstretched, before his knees buckled and he collapsed to the floor, his body making a final, heavy thud. The silence that followed was louder than the gunshots. Judah stood panting, the gun's smoke acrid in his nostrils. He knelt beside the body. Jackson's eyes were still open, the flinty light in them gone out. In his hand he still clutched the scanner. Judah pried it loose. It was a high-end counter-surveillance tool, but it had a secondary function, a homing beacon. He had not just been discovered, he had been led here to this moment. He knew then that Alexis had been the trap. Her fear, her confessions, all of it had been a performance, a lure to bring the agent into the open, to force a move that would confirm his identity. He had been played. He had to get to Croft now, before the plan moved into its final, irreversible phase. He left the villa, the scent of blood and cordite clinging to him, a ghost of the violence he carried. The drive to Croft's estate was a blur. He bypassed the main gate, using skills learned in darker places to scale the cliff face below the property. The cold, rough stone scraped his hands. He could smell the damp earth, the salt from the sea below. He hoisted himself over the brass railing, the same cold bite from that first night welcoming him back. The mansion was dark, silent, but not empty. He moved through the familiar rooms, his senses heightened. He found Croft in his study, the room he had never been allowed to enter. The ebony door was open. Inside, it was not an office. It was a command center. Walls of screens showed financial data, news feeds, satellite imagery. And in the center of the room, on a simple pedestal, sat a single 12-kilogram gold bar. It glowed with a soft, hypnotic, ancient light. Croft was standing with his back to the door, looking at the bar. He didn't turn. "I wondered how long it would take you," Croft said, his voice calm, almost bored. Jackson was a blunt instrument, but he was loyal, a rare quality. "It's over, Croft," Judah said, his gun leveled. "The Aurelian Compact, I know everything." Croft finally turned. He was smiling, a genuine, chilling smile. Do you really? You know the what, agent. You don't know the why. You think this is about power, about being the richest man in the cemetery. This is about legacy, about saving a species that is determined to drown itself in fiat currency and digital ghosts. I am not the villain of this story. I am the only one willing to be the necessary evil. You are a megalomaniac, Judah said, his finger tightening on the trigger. I am a librarian, Croft corrected softly, and the world's knowledge is about to be burned. I am building the last library, a library with one book, a simple, solid, golden book, and everyone will have to come to me to read it. Suddenly a figure stepped from the shadows behind Croft, Alexis. She held a small, elegant pistol, its barrel aimed not at Croft, but at Judah. Alexis Judah's voice was flat. It was always going to end this way, Judah, she said. Her face was a mask, beautiful and unreadable. You were the final variable, the proof that the old world was still trying to fight back. Your death will be the signal. The moment the markets open, the news of a rogue agent's assassination attempt foiled by the brave Ian Croft will flood the wires. It will be the final push. The world will see me as the grieving, loyal companion, and they will see Ian as the strong, stable hand they need. Croft looked at her with something akin to pride. She is the true masterpiece, you know, my most valuable asset. Judah looked from one to the other, the gun feeling suddenly heavy and useless in his hand. He had been outmaneuvered on every level. This was not a mission failure, it was a philosophical defeat. He was a relic, a knight errant from a dying world, trying to stop a god from building a new one. He heard the faintest scuff of a shoe behind him. He started to turn, but it was too late. The world exploded in a burst of white-hot pain as something heavy connected with the back of his skull. He fell to his knees, the gun clattering away. The polished concrete floor was cool against his cheek. His vision tunneled. The last thing he saw was the single gold bar on its pedestal, glowing in the dark room, a tiny, perfect, terrible sun. He woke to the smell of salt and diesel. He was on a boat, the engine a low, rhythmic throb beneath him. The air was cold and damp. He was tied to a metal chair in a sparse, functional cabin. The door opened and Alexis stepped inside. She held a glass of water. She knelt before him, her eyes searching his battered face. They want me to kill you, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the engine. A quiet disposal at sea, a fitting end for a ghost. Judah's mouth was dry, his head throbbing. Are you going to? She looked away toward a small porthole showing nothing but blackness. I told you he was building a boat to ride out the storm. This is it, the Leviathan. We sail at dawn. By the time we reach international waters, the compact will be live. The world will have changed. She brought the glass to his lips. The water was cool, a minor salvation. She leaned close, her lips almost touching his ear, her breath a warm ghost against his skin. Her whisper was so faint, so intimate, it was as if the thought formed directly in his mind. He keeps the master ledger not in a vault, but on a single, isolated server deep in the ship it's called the Aurelius Core, accessible only through a biometric key, his right hand and... Her voice trailed off into the hum of the engine, the creak of the ship, the vast, consuming silence of the ocean. The final, crucial truth, the key to undoing everything, was left hanging in the air, unspoken, a secret swallowed by the sea before it could ever truly be born his right eye. The print and the retina, together. It's the only copy. Yes, paranoid about digital duplicates. She pulled back, her expression once again the cool, impenetrable mask. The moment of confession was over, sealed shut. She stood looking down at him. I am sorry, she said, and the words were empty, a line from a script. She turned and left, locking the heavy door behind her. Judah was alone with the thrumming of the ship and the ghost of her whisper. The Aurelius Core, a single point of failure. It was a desperate, slender thread, but it was all he had. He tested his bonds. They were professional, tight, with no give. The chair was bolted to the floor. He was in a steel box, moving further from land with every second. Hours passed, marked only by the shift in the engine's pitch as the yacht met the open ocean. He focused on the pain in his head, using it to sharpen his mind to push back the fog of the blow. He replayed every detail of the estate, every word Croft and Alexis had spoken, every flicker of expression. He had misread her completely, or had he? That final whisper, the risk she took, was it a final, cruel layer of the trap, or was she a prisoner too, playing a role so deep she had almost forgotten herself? The door opened again. It was not Alexis. Two large, silent crewmen entered. They untied him from the chair, but kept his hands bound behind his back with plastic zip ties. They marched him out of the cabin and up a narrow flight of stairs onto the main deck. The dawn was a thin, gray line on the horizon, the sea a vast, heaving plain of dark water. The Leviathan was a monster of white steel and teak, a floating fortress. Ian Croft stood at the railing, looking out at the burgeoning light. He was dressed in a navy sweater and white trousers, the picture of casual nautical power. Alexis stood beside him, her face pale and still. Croft turned as Judah was brought forward. "Good morning," he said, his voice cheerful. "I trust you slept well. We are now in international waters, a place beyond petty laws and national allegiances, the perfect venue for a new beginning." He gestured to a bank of screens mounted on the deck's superstructure. They flickered to life, showing pre-market trading data, news tickers, the nervous pulse of the global financial system. In precisely 1 hour, the world will learn the truth. The panic will be exquisite, a necessary purging, and then I will offer them my hand. Judah said nothing. He watched the screens, his mind racing. "You are wondering about your role in this," Croft continued. "You are the spark, the tragic, misguided agent of a corrupt old guard who tried to assassinate a visionary and was lost at sea. A simple, clean narrative." He nodded to the crewmen. "Put him in the tender. We'll take him a few miles further out. The ocean is very deep here." The crewmen began to force Judah toward a small, motorized raft davided alongside the yacht. As they passed Alexis, her eyes met his for a fraction of a second. There was nothing there. No fear, no regret, no secret message. It was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. One of the crewmen climbed down into the tender to start the engine. The other shoved Judah toward the edge. This was his only chance. As he was pushed, he let his legs buckle, dropping his weight suddenly. The crewman, caught off balance, stumbled forward. In that instant, Judah drove his shoulder up and back, catching the man square in the jaw with a sickening crack. The man grunted and fell sideways. Judah didn't stop. He rolled, coming to his knees, his bound hands fumbling at the fallen crewman's belt. His fingers closed around the hilt of a knife. He saw the other crewman leaping from the tender, drawing a pistol. Croft was shouting. Judah twisted, slicing the plastic tie. His hands came free just as the first shot rang out, splintering the deck where his head had been. He was up and running, a zigzagging dash toward the nearest doorway. Another shot. A searing pain grazed his side. He slammed through the door into a companionway, his heart hammering against his ribs. Alarms began to blare, a shrill, electronic scream echoing through the ship's corridors. He was a rat in a maze that was also a fortress, hunting for a single hidden room, the Aurelius core. He had to find it. It was the only way to pull the pin on Croft's new world before it was born. He moved deeper into the belly of the Leviathan, the scent of the ocean giving way to the smell of oil and polished metal, the shouts of his pursuers closing in behind him. The companionway was a narrow throat of polished steel and recessed lighting. He took the first turn he could, his bare feet silent on the cool floor. The gunshot wound on his side was a hot, stinging line, but the adrenaline kept the worst of the pain at bay. He needed to get down, deeper into the ship, away from the open decks and the organized search. A set of steep metal stairs led downward. He descended 2 levels, the sounds of the alarm growing more muffled, replaced by the deeper, more resonant hum of the ship's engines and generators. This was the operational heart of the vessel, a labyrinth of piping, conduits, and watertight doors. The air was warmer here, smelling of grease and ozone. He pressed his back against a bulkhead, listening. Footsteps pounded on the level above, voices barking commands. They were fanning out. He had minutes, maybe less. He thought of Alexis's whisper. The server room would be isolated, secure, likely climate-controlled. It wouldn't be near the engine room with its vibrations and heat. It would be a sanctum, a digital chapel for Croft's god. He moved with a predator's grace, his training overriding his panic. He passed a small workshop, a laundry, a storage locker filled with spare parts. Then he saw it, a door unlike the others. It was heavier, with a reinforced frame and a keycard scanner beside the handle. There was no label, but a single small red light glowed above the scanner, a secure room on a crew level. It was too obvious for the core, but it was a start. He ducked into the workshop. It was empty. He rifled through drawers, his hands finding what he needed, a heavy flathead screwdriver and a roll of electrical tape. He returned to the secure door. He jammed the tip of the screwdriver into the gap between the door and the frame, just above the lock. He leaned his weight into it, using it as a crude pry bar. The metal groaned in protest. He threw his shoulder against the door once, twice. On the third impact, the lock mechanism shattered with a loud crack. He slipped inside, closing the broken door as best he could behind him. The room was a communications hub, a rack of humming electronics with blinking lights, useless. But on the wall was a schematic of the ship, a detailed map of every deck. His eyes scanned it frantically, ignoring crew quarters and mess halls, looking for any annotation that stood out. There, on the lowest habitable deck near the bow, was a small, unmarked room. It was separated from the surrounding areas by a double-lined wall, indicating reinforced construction. Its only label was a string of numbers, but it was isolated, a perfect location for a secret heart, the Aurelius core. He memorized the route, 2 more decks down, then forward, past the desalination plant. He turned to leave, his hand on the damaged door, when he heard voices right outside. He froze, his eyes darting around the small room. There was no other exit. The communications rack was bolted to the floor. He was trapped. The door handle rattled. A man cursed, noticing the broken lock. This was it. They would flood in, and he would be gunned down in this tiny, windowless box. He gripped the screwdriver, a pathetic weapon against firearms, and prepared to make his final stand. The door began to swing open. The door swung inward, revealing not a security team, but 2 crewmen in coveralls, their faces etched with confusion and annoyance. They were technicians, not hunters, their hands empty of weapons. The lead man, a burly fellow with a greasy beard, stared at the broken lock, then at Judah. Judah didn't give him time to think. He moved in a blur, driving the screwdriver hard into the man's thigh. The man screamed, a high-pitched sound of shock and pain, collapsing and clutching his leg. The second technician froze, his eyes wide with terror. Judah shoved him hard against the bulkhead, the man's head cracking against the steel. He slid down, unconscious. There was no time for stealth anymore. The scream had been a beacon. Judah burst out of the comms room and ran, following the map in his mind. Alarms seemed to redouble their efforts, the shrill sound echoing through the narrow corridors. He took the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, descending into the ship's deepest belly. The air grew cooler, drier. The industrial hum was fainter here, replaced by the gentle whir of climate control. He was close. He reached the passageway near the bow. It was empty, eerily silent compared to the chaos above, and there it was. A single featureless door made of brushed steel with no handle or keypad, just a small, dark glass panel set into the wall beside it, a biometric scanner. He had no plan. He had Croft's access method, but not Croft. He was at a dead end. He pressed his hands against the cold steel of the door. It was solid, impregnable. From the other side, he heard a faint, persistent hum, the sound of a powerful, isolated machine doing its work. Footsteps pounded down the passageway behind him. He turned. 4 armed security men rounded the corner, their weapons raised. There was nowhere to run. He was cornered against the vault door. The lead guard spoke, his voice cold and flat. On your knees, hands behind your head. Judah slowly began to comply, his mind a blank slate of defeat. As he lowered himself, his eyes fixed on the biometric scanner, the right hand and the right eye. He saw the guard's finger tightening on the trigger of his submachine gun. Then a voice cut through the tension from behind the guards. "Stand down." The guards parted. Alexis walked through them, her posture rigid. She didn't look at Judah. She walked directly to the scanner. "What are you doing?" the lead guard asked, his voice laced with confusion. "Mr. Croft requires a system verification before the launch," she said, her tone leaving no room for question. "He sent me." She placed her right hand on the glass panel. A light scanned her palm. Then she leaned forward, pressing her right eye to the ocular lens. A soft beep sounded. There was a heavy, mechanical thunk from within the doorframe. The guards relaxed slightly, their weapons dipping. It was the only opening Judah would get. As the vault door began to swing inward on silent hydraulics, he launched himself forward. He grabbed the sidearm from the holster of the nearest, distracted guard and fired twice into the ceiling. In the confined space, the noise was catastrophic. The guards flinched, ducking instinctively. Judah shoved Alexis through the opening into the server room and slammed his body against the heavy door. It was like pushing a car. He strained, every muscle screaming, as the guards recovered and rushed forward. The lead guard got his arm and shoulder through the gap. Judah fired again, the bullet tearing through the man's arm. He screamed and fell back. In that second, Judah threw his full weight one last time. The door sealed shut with a definitive, thunderous boom. Silence. He was inside. He turned, his back against the cold metal. The room was small, cold, and bathed in the blue glow of LED lights. In the center stood a single, tall server rack, its face a sheet of dark glass. This was the Aurelius core. Alexis stood a few feet away, breathing heavily, her hand pressed to her side. She looked from the server to Judah, her mask finally gone. In its place was raw, undiluted fear. "They'll cut the power," she whispered, "or flood the compartment. We have maybe a minute." Judah raised the pistol, aiming it at the dark glass of the server. "Then we break it." "No," she said, her voice sharp. "A localized EMP. It's the only way to be sure. There's a kill switch for the magnetic containment in the engine room. It will fry every unshielded circuit on the ship." "The engine room is swarming with guards," Judah said. "I know," Alexis replied, her eyes meeting his, "but it's the only way. It was always the only way." She reached into a small panel on the server rack itself and pulled out a single, solid-state hard drive, its casing black and unmarked. The final trigger. The compact is on a countdown. Destroying this won't stop it. Only the EMP will. She tossed him the drive. It was cold and heavy in his hand. A tiny, physical piece of the end of the world. "The kill switch is a red lever behind a glass case on the main control panel," she said. "You have to get there." "And what will you do?" Judah asked. She gave him a sad, final smile. "I'll make sure they don't bypass the door in time." Before he could respond, she reached over and pressed a sequence on a small keypad beside the door. A hidden panel slid open in the wall, revealing a narrow, dark maintenance shaft, barely large enough for a man to crawl through. It leads up past the plumbing. It will bring you out near the auxiliary engine control. Go. Judah hesitated for only a second, then slid into the tight, claustrophobic darkness. He looked back one last time. Alexis was standing before the server, her figure silhouetted in the blue light, a solitary sentinel at the heart of the machine. She met his gaze and gave a single, slight nod. Then the panel slid shut, plunging him into absolute blackness. He began to crawl, the cold hard drive clutched in one hand, the pistol in the other, the fate of the world narrowing to a race through the dark, metallic veins of the Leviathan. The shaft was a vertical coffin, the rungs of the ladder cold and sharp against his torn hands. He climbed, driven by the pounding of his heart and the phantom echo of Alexis's final nod. The sounds of the ship were different here, an intimate symphony of groaning metal and rushing fluids. He could feel the Leviathan's pulse through the walls. He counted the levels as he passed them, his mind fixed on the map he had seen. Auxiliary engine control was one deck above the core, a less fortified sibling to the main engineering space. He reached a hatch and paused, listening, only the hum of machinery. He pushed it open a crack. The space beyond was a small, dimly lit room filled with monitoring stations, all currently unmanned. The crew was either part of the hunt for him or preparing for Croft's grand unveiling. He slipped out, closing the hatch silently behind him. The hard drive felt like a lead weight in his pocket. He had to move. The main engine room was one more level up and aft, through the busiest thoroughfares of the ship. It was a suicide run. An idea, desperate and half-formed, flickered in his mind. He went to the nearest control panel. It was a complex array of screens and switches, but the labels were clear. Fire suppression, ballast control, power routing. He couldn't cause a fire that would trigger automatic systems and likely seal his own fate, but water was chaos. Fingers flew over the panel, searching. He found the controls for the ballast tanks and the internal watertight doors. He began closing every door between his location and the main engine room, sealing off corridors, creating a labyrinth of dead ends. Then he initiated a sequence to flood a single empty ballast tank on the port side. It was a minor adjustment, something the system would compensate for automatically, but it would create a brief, confusing anomaly on the bridge's readouts. Alarms chirped on the panel, different from the security alarms. Confusion was his only weapon. He left the auxiliary control and moved to the stairwell. As he ascended, he heard the shouts of crewmen trapped by the suddenly sealed doors. He had cut the ship in two. He burst onto the level of the main engine room. The space was vast, a cathedral of machinery dominated by the massive, silent diesel engines. It was also, as he had feared, heavily guarded. 4 men were stationed at the entrance, their attention divided between the sealed door in front of them and the comms chatter in their earpieces. They saw him at the same time. Weapons came up. Judah didn't stop. He ran not at them, but along the wall, using massive pipes and generator housings for cover. Bullets ricocheted off steel, the reports deafening in the enclosed space. He saw his target, the main control panel, a wide, lit console on a raised platform, and there, encased in clear polycarbonate, was a bright red lever. He was 20 yards away, an impossible distance. He fired the pistol twice, not at the guards, but at the overhead lighting fixtures. Glass rained down, and half the lights died, plunging part of the engine room into deep shadow. He used the sudden darkness to change direction, scrambling behind a bank of heat exchangers. The guards advanced, their flashlight beams cutting through the gloom. He was pinned. He looked at the hard drive in his hand. Useless here. He threw it as hard as he could across the room. It clattered against the far metal wall. The sound and motion drew their fire, a concentrated volley of bullets tearing into the bulkhead. It was the distraction he needed. He broke cover and sprinted for the control platform. He took the steps 3 at a time. A bullet tore through the meat of his shoulder, spinning him around. He fell against the console, his vision swimming. He could see the red lever through the glass case, so close. A guard reached the top of the platform, his weapon aimed at Judah's head. Judah's good arm shot out, not for a weapon, but for a large, unmarked silver toggle switch on the console. He threw it. Every light in the engine room died. The hum of the generators ceased, dropping into a sudden, terrifying silence broken only by the emergency alarms that now began a low, resonant whooping. The emergency batteries had kicked in, but main power was offline. The guard, disoriented in the sudden blackness, hesitated for a fatal second. Judah used his last ounce of strength to lunge forward, elbow smashing the polycarbonate case. He wrapped his fingers around the cool, rubberized grip of the red lever and pulled. There was no sound, no flash of light, but a subtle vibration that had been the background note of the entire ship simply vanished. The emergency lights flickered and died, then came back on, weaker now. The EMP had surged through the ship, a silent, invisible wave of destruction. He slumped to the floor, blood pooling beneath him. The guard was staring at his own dead weapon at the dark screens of the control panel. The Leviathan was dead in the water. Through the ringing in his ears, Judah heard a new sound, faint at first, then growing louder, the thrum of helicopter rotors. He crawled to a porthole and looked out. Against the dawn sky, he saw two naval helicopters, their markings clear. They had been shadowing the Leviathan, waiting. Alexis's signal, or his own chaotic trail of digital breadcrumbs, had finally brought them. The door to the engine room was forced open from the outside. Men in tactical gear flooded in, securing the stunned guards. The world had not changed, not today. As they lifted him onto a stretcher, he saw Ian Croft being led away in handcuffs, his face a mask of furious, disbelieving ruin. There was no sign of Alexis. He wondered if she was still in the blue-lit room, a ghost in the machine she had helped to kill, or if she had slipped into the sea, another secret swallowed by the depths. He would probably never know. The Leviathan, its heart silenced, began its long, slow journey back to the world it had tried to leave behind. The morphine drip blurred the sharpest edges of the pain in his shoulder, but it did nothing for the hollow feeling in his chest. Judah lay in a sterile infirmary aboard a naval frigate, the steady thrum of its engines a smaller, more orderly echo of the Leviathan's heart. An officer with a calm, professional demeanor had debriefed him for what felt like hours. Judah told them everything, omitting only the final, unspoken exchange with Alexis. He described the core, the hard drive, the EMP. The officer had nodded, his expression unreadable. They did not find her. A search of the Aurelius core server room revealed it to be empty. The vault door had been opened from the inside after the EMP, and there was no trace of her. She had vanished as completely as a shadow at noon. Croft, in his subsequent interrogations, vehemently denied any knowledge of a woman named Alexis, claiming Judah had acted alone, a saboteur driven by delusion. A week later, convalescing in a safe house on a remote stretch of coast, Judah saw the official story break on the news. It was a masterpiece of misdirection. Ian Croft was being charged with financial malfeasance and illegal weapons development, his grand project, the Leviathan, framed as a failed corporate venture. The words Aurelius Compact were never uttered. The world breathed a sigh of relief that a billionaire had been taken down a peg and moved on. He was sitting on the porch, watching the gray ocean, when a car pulled up the gravel drive. It wasn't a government vehicle. A woman got out, her posture familiar even at a distance. She wore a simple trench coat, her hair different, but it was her, Alexis. She walked up the steps and stood before him, her hands in her pockets. The silence between them was filled with the crash of waves and everything left unsaid. "They gave you a new face," Judah said, his voice rough. "A new everything," she replied, her gaze steady. "It was part of the deal, my testimony, buried in a black file in exchange for a disappearance." "Why are you here?" "To thank you," she said, "and to warn you." He laughed, a short, bitter sound. "Warn me, I think I'm done." "No," she said, her voice low and intense. "You're not. The compact wasn't Croft's idea. He was the financier, the public face. I was never his assistant. I was assigned to him by the people who really designed Aurelius." The hollow feeling in Judah's chest deepened into a chill. Who? They don't have a name, they're a consortium, a belief system. They think the world is a failed experiment and that a controlled collapse is a moral imperative. Croft was a useful idiot who thought he could buy a seat on their ark. I was their quality control. She looked out at the sea. The Leviathan was one option, a blunt instrument. They have others, slower, quieter, more insidious. The work continues. She turned back to him, her eyes holding a glimmer of the fear he had seen in the server room. "They know who you are now. You didn't just stop a ship, Judah. You interrupted a sacrament. They won't forget that." She placed a single, plain white card on the table between them. There was nothing on it. "When you're ready, when you see a thread that doesn't belong, a pattern that feels wrong, follow it. And if you need to reach me, use that. It's a one-time signal." She didn't wait for a reply. She walked back to her car and drove away, disappearing once more into the world she claimed was still sick, still dying. Judah picked up the blank card. It was heavy, a dense polymer material. It felt like a key to a lock he couldn't see. He looked out at the endless, indifferent ocean. The Leviathan was in custody, Croft was in a cell, but the enemy had no flag, no territory. The war was not over, it was just hidden. And he was, once again, the only one who knew it was being fought. He slipped the card into his pocket, the weight of it a new and familiar burden. The days bled into a monotony of physical therapy and silence. The safe house was a gilded cage, its windows offering a panoramic view of a world he had saved but no longer recognized. Every news report, every political speech felt like a carefully rehearsed lie. He saw the patterns Alexis had spoken of, not in grand conspiracies, but in the small, inexplicable things. A tech startup with impossibly rapid growth, a sudden bipartisan piece of legislation that streamlined data collection, a viral social movement that preached digital asceticism with a little too much fervor. Were they threads, or was he just seeing ghosts? He took long walks along the cliffs, the blank card a constant, cool presence in his pocket. It was a question he wasn't sure he wanted answered. One afternoon, a month after her visit, he saw a thread so stark it couldn't be ignored. A respected environmental research institute, known for its sober climate models, abruptly published a paper advocating for the strategic large-scale seeding of the atmosphere with a proprietary reflective particle. The science was shaky, the conclusions rushed. The paper's lead author was a man with no prior publications, a man who, after some digging Judah wasn't supposed to be able to do, turned out to be a former logistics manager for a Croft-owned subsidiary. It was a small thing, a pebble, but it was the kind of pebble that started avalanches. That night he stood on the porch in the cold sea air. He took the white card from his pocket. He didn't know how it worked, only her instruction. He held it up, the blank face toward the vast, dark sky, and simply thought her name. For 3 days nothing happened. He wondered if it was a trick, a final psychological blow from an enemy he couldn't name. Then on the morning of the 4th day, a package arrived with the rest of his groceries. It was a book, a heavy old hardcover on naval history. Inside the front cover, tucked against the binding, was a single slip of paper, an address in Lisbon, a time, and 3 words: bring the book. He packed a single bag, the weight of the old volume both a comfort and an accusation. He was walking back into the dark, not with the frantic desperation of the Leviathan, but with the cold, deliberate step of a soldier who knew the war had no end. He locked the safe house door behind him, not looking back at the ocean. The horizon ahead was no longer a line of escape, but a frontier of a hidden battlefield. The card was used, the signal sent. He was in the game again. The flight to Lisbon was a study in anonymity. He used the passport and credit card left for him in the book, the identities as flimsy and temporary as a newspaper left on a bench. He saw no one watching him, felt no eyes on his back, but the feeling of being a piece in motion on a board he couldn't see was pervasive. The address was in the Alfama district, a maze of narrow, sloping streets where the sound of Fado music drifted from open windows and the smell of salt and grilled fish hung in the air. He found the place as the evening light began to fade. It was a small tile-fronted shop, its windows filled with an assortment of dusty antiques, brass navigational instruments, chipped ceramic tiles, and stacks of old maps. A bell chimed when he pushed the door open. The air inside was still and smelled of old paper and lemon oil. An elderly man with a carefully trimmed white beard looked up from behind a cluttered counter. He was polishing a sextant with a soft cloth. His eyes, pale and intelligent, moved from Judah's face to the naval history book tucked under his arm. "Can I help you, Senor?" he asked, his English lightly accented. "I was told to bring this book," Judah said, placing it on the counter. The old man nodded, setting the sextant down. He opened the book, not to the page with the note, but to the middle. He ran a finger down the gutter of the binding, then pressed hard on a specific spot. There was a soft, precise click. A hidden compartment no larger than a matchbox popped open in the thick cover. Inside was a single silver key and a smaller, folded square of paper. The old man slid the key and the note across the counter to Judah. The storage facility is 2 blocks down on the right, Unit 114. The code for the gate is the year of the Battle of Lepanto. He returned to polishing his sextant, his task complete, his involvement ended. Judah walked out, the key cold in his hand. He found the facility, a nondescript modern building squeezed between centuries-old apartments. He entered 1571 on the keypad and the gate buzzed open. The interior was brightly lit and smelled of concrete and disinfectant. Unit 114 was at the very back. The key turned smoothly in the lock. He rolled up the heavy door. The unit was small, containing only a single metal suitcase resting on the concrete floor. He dragged it out, closed the unit, and took the case back to his rented room in a pension a few streets away. He set the case on the bed and opened it. Inside, nestled in custom-cut foam, was a new identity, more substantial this time: a driver's license, credit cards, a passport with a handful of legitimate-looking stamps. There was a stack of euros, a sleek, untraceable satellite phone, and a 9-pistol, clean and oiled. Beneath it all was a file folder. He opened it. The first page was a photograph of a man in his 50s, with a kind, academic face. Dr. Aris Thorne, a professor of synthetic biology at a Swiss technical university. The following pages detailed his research into targeted gene drives, a way to permanently alter the DNA of a species. His recent, privately funded work was on a project dubbed the Harvester, officially described as a method for controlling agricultural pests. The unofficial assessment, scrawled in a handwriting he recognized as Alexis's, was far simpler. It was a blueprint for famine. A note was paperclipped to the photograph. Thorne is brilliant, naive, and in over his head. His funders are the same shadow that backed Croft. They are flying him to a private symposium in Marrakesh tomorrow. He believes he is presenting to potential investors. He is actually delivering the final piece of the weapon. He cannot be allowed to board that flight. You are not to kill him. You must turn him. Judah looked at the passport in the case, then at the photo of the unsuspecting professor. The chessboard was set. The first move was his. He picked up the satellite phone. It was time to get to work.